Off of Yellowstone.
That's over
1836.
Over 46 years ago.
At least 46, Rockstar. Fine purveyor of quality diamonds, jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Two great locations for Bromberg's, Mountain Brook in the Summit, and always online, Brombergs.com.
Here's Kirby Smart on just how tough it is to slow down that Ohio State offense. Does he think his defense is up to the challenge?
Kirby, what's been the key to maintaining the level of success on defense with new coordinators and a new cast of guys for the most part in terms of frontline guys?
It's just culture. I mean, that's not going to change. What we do is not going to change. So it doesn't matter if one coach leaves or another coach leaves. That doesn't impact our defense. We rep a lot of players at practice. We have a system set up to get our 2s and 3s ready. So, the next cast of defensive players is getting ready right now, just like they were last year. So I think if you've got a good formula for getting guys ready, it prevents large gaps in seasons.
That's Kirby Smart there getting ready. What's that smile for over there?
I was joking about it with Rockstar about that piece of video there. It's not a big deal.
That's not a good look.
Yeah, Kirby, the camera's a touch.
Is this a playoff or what?
The camera's a touch high. Kirby, leave a lot of headroom in the shot there.
Why are we
Somebody needs to help him out.
Now, is this since they've been to Atlanta for us, or is this back on campus before they arrive in Atlanta?
No, this is from yesterday, and they should be in Atlanta.
Why
I don't know why we're using the Zoom backdrop.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Let's do some in-person interviews for the college football playoffs.
Yeah, it's one of those.
So he's not really there. Yeah. Okay.
We do have Stetson Bennett there, though. I mean, it's easy to say he's not the best quarterback in this game, right? And C.J. Stroud, all due respect, even though it looked like a pretty flat season for C.J., he did finish the season number one in college football when it comes to QBR, right? So he had a really good season, 176.3. But in the 4 biggest games of the year for Georgia, and this comes from our buddy Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South, the biggest games of the year, Oregon opener, first SEC road game, South Carolina, number 1 Tennessee in Athens, SEC championship game. Stetson Bennett's QBR in those 4 games, 197.6, as he blew everybody out of the water. In those games, 13 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in those 4 big games. Those were the 4 biggest games of the year. Stetson Bennett played great in the biggest games of the year.
I cannot argue that. I mean, it started, he looked like a Heisman winner in that Oregon game, straight out of the chute. 25 of 31, 368, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Yep.
I mean, he's a guy that gets labeled a game manager. The game at Kentucky, the game against Georgia Tech, he wasn't asked to do a whole lot. But other than that, I mean, most of the time he's throwing for 250 or more, which is a little more than game manager status.
Yep.
I mean, you got to give him credit for that.
23 of 24. And he is 26-3 as a starter.
I mean, the numbers are the numbers for a reason. It's hard to argue with that. He's been on really good teams, and for the most part, the one game where you could say in this stretch he just really didn't play well was that SEC championship game against Alabama. Alabama's defense got after him that night. He turned the ball over, and they didn't win the SEC championship. I'd have to his numbers in that game. Let me just quickly pull those up for you. Against Alabama, that first go around, 29 of 48, 343 touchdowns, 2 picks. I mean, those 2 picks were key picks too. One of those pick 6.
If I'm correct, 2 of those 3 losses are to Alabama, right? Because he was the starter in Tuscaloosa in that road game.
Yes, at Alabama, where he was awful. 18 of 40, 269, 3 interceptions.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then the SEC championship game. I'm trying to think who that other loss was. Oh, it was Dan Mullen's Florida team, wasn't it? Was he the starter for that one in the cocktail party?
He lost the cocktail party. 78 pass yards in that game.
Yeah.
I guess he started that game. He had 16 attempts. I don't know if he started or not, but he certainly played a lot.
26-3 as a starter. That's it's a good number there for Stetson Bennett against C.J. Stroud. The 2 playoff games are Saturday. The Alabama game kicks that day off. It's going to be a fun Saturday of football to sit back and watch it. One more good, fun Saturday. A couple of more big games in college football, and we'll continue to talk about it all week. That's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time on a Wednesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, live show now here on a Wednesday as we get rolling along, and we're excited about Tom Luginbill being with us 1 hour from now. Todd Fuhrman in the final hour. Andy Kennedy, UAB head coach, will join us in the final hour as well. We start SEC basketball play tonight. A lot of good hoops. Auburn at home, Bama on the road, sold out Mississippi State and Starkville. Travel issues all over America. We'll get to all of that, but we'll start with bowl games yesterday and the ones coming up today. Right here in town, the Birmingham Bowl, 15,901 on hand inside protective to see East Carolina get hot, go for 3 straight touchdowns to blow out Coastal 53-29. In that game, I didn't know Grayson McCall was going to play. I thought he was already in the portal. I thought he was taking visits to Florida and stuff, but they still let him come back and wear the Chanticleer uniform one more time, and he plays in the first half before he gets injured.
I don't get that. I mean, and I guess you got to run your team the way you want to run your team, and they got an interim coach, right, because their guy took the Liberty job.
That's right.
So I don't know if the interim coach had no say-so in this or just wasn't trying to cause waves, but, I mean, the way I would operate my team, if I were a football coach.
I think we're on the same page here.
Is if you are in the transfer portal, you are not playing a game in my uniform.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, you're either with us or you're not with us, right?
Now, the other side of that is we saw this with my guy, Austin Reed, out of Western Kentucky. He entered the transfer portal. I guess he was not very comfortable inside said portal, and he's back at Western Kentucky. So I guess there's but this interim coach, he's not the new coach. He's the interim coach, so he's not getting the job. So what's he worried about? I don't know. My point would be, like, if Jamie Chadwell were still the coach there, he may let him play thinking, I'm still trying to convince him to stay and play one more year for me.
That's right. But, Sam Hartman did this the other day for Wake Forest.
Yeah.
He came in, played for Wake, and then I guess he officially put himself in the portal afterwards.
After the game.
But everybody had been talking about Sam Hartman in the portal leading into that game. He didn't officially go to the portal until afterwards. Grayson's made visits.
Yeah.
He ended up not coming to Auburn on a visit, but he did go to Florida on a visit. There are SEC schools and others that want him.
If Javion Cohen were still at Alabama, I guess there's a reason he's not still at Alabama. I can't even use that example. I was going to use that example. Do you think Nick Saban will let him play in the Sugar Bowl? I think you know the answer to that, right? Where do you find Javion Cohen if you're looking for him right now?
He is trying probably to figure out his class schedule at Miami.
Yeah, so I don't.
I assume we still all go to class. Is that right? We still do that in college football?
That's debatable.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, man. I don't understand. When I saw, like, I was going to watch the start of the game just to see what the crowd looked like. I don't know why I care, but I was going to see what the crowd looked like. Not great. And they're like, it's the studio show with McElroy, Joey Galloway, and Matt Berry. And they're, all right, we're 8 minutes and 24 seconds to kick in Birmingham. There's Grayson McCall. I'm like, whoa, time out. Is this file footage?
Yeah.
Did you guys miss the stories out there warming up?
I mean, we talked about it on the show yesterday. It's why it's so hard for me to do those bowl pools, projections, and also to bet on these games. I don't always. I mean, it's the freaking quarterback, and I probably could have figured out he was playing if I'd have done a little bit of research
about the game. Yeah,
if I'd have done a little research, I would have known he was playing. But I just assumed when you're in the portal, you're in the portal. You're not still going to be wearing the old uniform for the team that you're leaving behind.
Yeah, because the way I understand the rule, actually the athletic department has the option, the school has the option as soon as a guy enters the portal to stop any sort of financial aid. In other words, the meal plan you're on, that's done. The housing you're in, that ends at the end of the term or whatever. If you're outside of the academic year, your scholarship money is stopped. You don't get scholarship money for the next semester. You've got that option. The schools actually have some protection there. And I'm just surprised they didn't use it a little bit. That was weird seeing Grayson McCall play. Not that it mattered. He got hurt and he left the game and they got drilled.
Yeah, that stadium looks so good on television, though. Now, we saw a lot of the empty seats, but still the camera angles of the skyline look so good of Birmingham. What a great deal Birmingham did by building that stadium.
No, it's a good-looking stadium. Somebody screwed up in their whole building, like, of the TV. Apparently the TV windows won't open, so it looks like you're doing it some 3A high school stadium when they do the booth shot.
Right.
So they should have fixed that. That was bad on their
part. We can go back and fix that.
Well, you would think they would, but they haven't yet.
Because, and some of you guys will remember this, but the old days back in the Legion Field days when Keith Jackson was in town in the 70s doing the game, and they'd have that long shot from up top of the press box shooting out over the upper deck where you could barely see the skyline, or they'd shoot up the Red Mountain and show, the TV stations up there, and a long shot of Vulcan. Just wasn't, it made the city look far away or very small. But last night, their camera shots of downtown Birmingham with the lights lit up for Christmas, and it looked like a big city, man. It looked really nice.
And I don't know about you guys.
Not that it's not nice. I think it's nice, but it looked really nice.
When I watch bowl games, I like to see part of the thing I like in the bowl games is like when they're coming back from commercial and they show what the teams did that week, and you're like, oh, I didn't know San Antonio had that. Or,
that's right. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, that's
bumper boats on the river there.
I didn't know that. Yeah. So I'm always interested, like in the Birmingham Bowl, when they show what the teams did in Birmingham, because I've lived here forever. I think I know everything to do in Birmingham. I'm just curious what they choose. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying what they choose to show. It's like, there's a little side of Birmingham the world's seeing. I'm glad they picked that.
Yeah, Jay Payer out in Dallas. Game was very fun to watch if you took Lance's lock yesterday.
Oh, what was his lock? I assume East Carolina.
Yeah, well, I picked East Carolina too. You know why?
Why?
Because I didn't think Grayson McCall was playing. When he started playing, I was like, oh, crap.
Well, you were half right.
I'm on the wrong side of this one. Ended up not being so bad. Hello to Dave, who's watching and listening to us down in Tampa today. Thanks for tuning us in. Yesterday, EVH93, one of our great female listeners, was in Cancun.
Hello.
Watching the show. Thanks for taking us on the road as we roll Jay Pear back with, Jim's lock as well. Thank you.
Yes.
I should give out a lock every day. So that's one bowl game yesterday. The one in Montgomery was an entertaining game. Field goals late. Buffalo wins at 23-21. Memphis, this was the weakest of the bowl games yesterday to me as far as energy from the teams. Memphis and Utah State playing at SMU in the First Responder Bowl. Easy win for Memphis, but neither team really looked like they really cared about being there. That was one of those games where you're like, I'm not going to be bought into this game because it doesn't look like either one of you are bought into it either. And then last night was...
How do you judge that? How do you judge it?
I just watching the body language. It's just like, no, we're going to go punt again.
Was it really cold?
Yeah, I mean it's winter and outside in Dallas.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think.
One of the coldest cities you'll ever go to in the wintertime.
Yeah, I think if you get cold bowl games, you check out. I mean, like the whole thing about a bowl game is you want to go somewhere nice. Like
right.
Kansas and Arkansas play in the Liberty Bowl today in Memphis. Yeah. I don't know what the high is in Memphis today.
Have you been following the story?
Well, yeah, they're under a boil water alert in the city of Memphis, aren't they?
Yeah, well, a lot of Tennessee is, but in Memphis they're having water pipe issues because of the Arctic freeze, and there was discussion about not playing the game. They said they were going to play the game 2 days ago. Still water issues, so they will be running. Wait for it, Rockstar. Porta-johns only and hand sanitizer machines.
Oh, good.
At the stadium. So none of the bathrooms.
What is that line going to be?
None of the bathrooms will be open.
And
Should we go to the game?
Do you think, just a couple of wires, Rockstar?
Well, frozen wires.
Do you think it was easy to get enough Porta-johns in there to satisfy what the crowd will be?
All the music festival people, they're not using them right now.
And on 2 days' notice, you could probably get 500 Porta-johns inside Liberty Bowl, right?
And between Christmas and New Year's Day, everyone's answering their phone. Everybody's in the office, right?
That's going to be a disaster.
Everybody but Lance, who's still battling a little bit of an illness. He'll be back with us soon, hopefully. Maybe in 2023, but he'll be back with us soon.
59 at kick. So that's not that bad at Memphis. But
it's a cold stadium. You ever been to the Liberty Bowl?
You know, I have flown over the Liberty Bowl flying into Memphis, but I've never been to a game there. Is it a bad stadium?
It's.
What game have you been to there?
It's very Legion Field. I went to Alabama, Memphis.
Yeah, that was like
in the
87, I think. Yeah,
in the 80s.
Yeah, Alabama played at Memphis, lost that game, didn't they?
Yeah, very, very much so. Yeah. Thanks for that.
For all you kids out there that only know the Saban era, Alabama used to have to play at places like Memphis and lose.
And occasionally lose those games. It reminded me a lot of Legion Field. They've redone a lot of it.
Yeah, they have redone it recently for Memphis and I guess the Liberty Bowl too.
Yeah,
and I think it's better, I'm sure now. One of the major HBCU games is there too. I think they play a classic there. So, yeah, there's still some games there at the Liberty Bowl. But I remember flying into Memphis once, and I'm like, yeah, but that's what it looks like flying over Legion Field coming into Birmingham.
Verno always talks about how much the improvements have helped that stadium. I have not seen it since then, but it was an interesting situation to have Porta-Johns brought in. And really, it's not the Porta-John as much for me as not having a sink to wash my hands in afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, once I'm in that Porta-John, I feel like, and this is what everyone at the Liberty Bowl will be dealing with today, that hand sanitizer station when you come out, because I do a lot of music festivals too, so that's where the Porta-John industry is right now.
It's booming.
They make a killing
yes.
at music festivals. So you leave the music the Porta-John, and you have to come out and you just end up doing the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, you don't like that? You don't feel like you get as clean?
And I never feel like it's the best hand sanitizer in the market either. It's like maybe they watered it down a little.
Cold water down?
Yeah.
Well, my issue is I like to splash a little water on my face in the bathroom. Like after I use the bathroom, I'll wash
especially in the Porta-John.
Well, no, you can't do that in the Porta-John. Like after I use the restroom, I like to wash my hands, splash a little on the face. Just kind of livens you up a little bit, gets the oil and grease off your face and whatnot. You can't do that in the Porta-John.
It's the whatnot that would, if I was doing an interview with you right now.
Mr. Brown.
If we were doing a Sunday conversation.
Just the look of the urinal in the Porta-John is just very unappealing.
Well, I mean.
Well, they do now. The modern Porta-John does have the little pocket on the side.
Yes, the urinal.
Yeah, but do you use that?
Yeah.
I do. I don't.
You use the urinal?
I try not to look down the hole.
Yeah,
I try not to look down there.
When you have to use the other end, sitting there and you hear that 6-foot drop, that
oh no, don't stop.
Hey,
I have
but
never.
You are happy with that 6-foot drop though.
I have never in my life done that in a Porta-John.
many times.
I am 46 years old, and that is an experience I have never had in a Porta-John.
It is a little hot.
Oh, I don't doubt
It's
it.
a little hot. It's a little smelly.
Don't doubt it
a
at
lot of
all.
chemicals in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you have to go, man. You have to go.
It is a unique smell.
Yeah.
It is a unique smell.
Huge drop off. You just anticipate. Wait. There it is. Badoosh.
Well, I mean, you can't go. I've never used the urinal. Like, I see it over there. Where does that pipe go? Does it just feed down?
It just feeds down in there, yeah. It's like, it really, you know what it's like?
What?
It's like
you're
great,
in space.
It's like great putt-putt golf. Remember where sometimes you hit the putt-putt golf and you can hit it straight.
Like a roundy round.
Oh, but there's something on the side. You hit it on the side and it tricks you and it goes down near the hole. It doesn't drop down to the next level, and then you got to hit your second shot to the next level. You putt to the side and it goes. There's one in Orange Beach where if you accidentally hit it to the water to the left, if you know the course, that's actually where you want to hit it. It's a stream blowing, and it takes your ball down the stream and kicks it out at the bottom perfectly.
Yeah. So that's the urinal in the Porta-John.
Yeah, you do number one on the side, and it
well, I mean, you can't, like, I've never been in one either where you don't look down in the hole and there's not something floating.
I do not look in the hole.
You don't look in that hole.
Well, I do because I've never used the urinal.
Do not look in the hole.
What a weird conversation.
Odie's tonight is where Rockstar will be in Brown, I assume, for trivia.
Am.
Yeah, Odie's tonight. Tell us about trivia tonight, Rocky.
It is award-winning Rockstar.
It is. Trivia, and it's tonight a little after 8 o'clock. Let's see, Ryan Brown and me and Will Haver host a hodgepodge of questions and music and games and prizes and food and Brown.
Frivolity?
Yeah. Food, fun, and fellowship.
Yeah, that's right. I'll be there, man. I can't wait.
Which came first, Will Haver or Odie's? That's the kind of questions you get tonight
right.
at trivia.
Don't jump the script. That's tomorrow morning. And then hold on. Let me get my answer. Hold on.
And then last night there was
I've been doing this. Was coming for 5 minutes.
Wisconsin 24-17 over Oklahoma State last night. But we got a little old school Mike Gundy last night. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 11.
He's always pissed about something, it seems. Don't you think? Gundy is. It seems like he gets upset about stuff easily.
Not a good loser sometimes, is he? Mike Gundy, now listen.
It's another name you've always struggled with, by the way. You've always called him Gunday.
I'll say Gunday sometimes.
Crocodile Dundee. It's not Gunday, all right.
Gundy, back in the day, well known. He shopped around for other jobs, right?
Tennessee job multiple times.
Tried to get the Tennessee job multiple times. He wanted the Tennessee job.
No doubt.
And so here's a guy who many, many times just flat out tried to leave Oklahoma State, his school, and they keep him. He enters the portal, but they let him keep wearing the uniform at Oklahoma State. And we remember the rant. And now, if you remember the old I'm 40 rant, he was the guy that sort of started it all with the whole quarterback problem that led to the question that he went crazy off of.
That's right.
Well, there probably are going to be some staff changes. You know, Derek Mason's there. The defense not quite what it had been under Jim Knowles. The offense may be struggling like it did last night again. Maybe a change at the offensive coordinator. So after, this is the last chance you get to talk to the coach for a while, man. If you're a reporter, if you cover Oklahoma State on the day in, day out.
Probably until spring ball.
Yeah. You don't know when you're going to get face-to-face with Gundy again. So you asked this question last night after the loss to Wisconsin at the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, and you get this response when you ask about staff changes.
So staff changes are starting to happen earlier and earlier now with the portal being a thing. Do you anticipate making any changes to your staff between now and next season?
Do you think I would tell you if I was making staff changes?
No, but I have
Well,
to
then
ask.
why would you ask?
Because I have to. It's my job.
Okay, well, I might have to cut you out. I mean, don't be an ass. Really? I mean, those people's lives, man. Those people's families, right? Okay, don't mess with people's families. Let's do this the right way. You with me on this? It's not fair to people's families, man.
All right, that will conclude our press
And I'm
conference.
not mad about the game. I just don't like ignorance.
So, I mean, so many things here. He looks over to the sports information director at Oklahoma State, I assume, saying, "Are you with me on this? I'm cutting this guy out."
That's what you would assume, yeah. Cutting out a guy, a reporter. It's kind of.
I don't understand that. The guy's just asking a question. We just played a game. I mean, easy answer. We just played a game. I evaluate the staff at the end of every season. We will do that again when we get back to Stillwater.
That's what Kirk Ferentz had to say multiple times this year. To his credit, he at least said that. Now, I mean, it was obvious he needed to make a change, but that's the way he answered it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question. You don't have to react to the question that way all the time. I mean, I don't know the relationship between him and a reporter, but it's a fair question. I mean, you're in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. You're not in the Big 12 championship game again this year, are you?
No, you're not.
You're not playing. You're not just missing a shot of being in the playoffs again, are you?
Nope.
I mean, it's a disappointing season by Oklahoma State standards,
7
right?
and 6 after their guaranteed loss there in the guaranteed rate. 7 and 6.
So I mean, I would bet on you making staff changes. If not, you're not too good of a coach. If you're not going to make a staff change at some point, I don't know who it's going to be, but it's a fair question. We'll evaluate everybody. We do it every year. We did it last year when we were one stop away from being, or one yard away from being in the playoffs. We evaluated everybody last year. I do it every year. Yeah, of course we're going to evaluate everybody.
Yeah, I didn't get the whole that's people's lives you're dealing with. Well, that only matters if you say, well, yeah, let me give you this list of guys we're going to change here. I haven't told them yet, but since you ask, I'm going to go ahead and announce this right now.
If Derek Mason's watching, we're going to evaluate him. We may keep him.
Yeah, I think he's probably gone. I'm leaning towards firing him, but he can save his job maybe. I mean, that's how it affects people's lives. You know how it doesn't affect people's lives? If you answer the way you answered it, like, hey, look, I know you got a job to do. I get it. Yeah, staff's always evaluated. Yeah, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
Now, a good follow-up question would have been, well, I'm going to ask the athletic director as soon as I see him in the hallway if they're evaluating your job status after not stopping Braylon Allen, who ran it down your throat for 116 yards last night. Just a interesting response from Gundy.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
As some of you are saying in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, he is the one being an ass, not the other guy.
I would kind of agree with that, yeah.
And other people are saying once an ass, always an ass. And that's sort of where Gundy or Gunday, depending on what part of the country or continent you're on, sometimes reacts. I don't know about that guy, man. Sometimes I think he does a good job. Sometimes I don't.
Well, I mean, there are times he has. You know me, I've always felt like it was right place, right time. I don't know that he could have replicated anywhere else what he's done at Oklahoma State. I just think it was a perfect timing, perfect fit, and all those things. It doesn't mean I like the guy.
Yeah, four games today. We'll get into that after Brownie tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap with our buddy C's2. Man, you want something brown, you know this. I've done this before in the past. The last home I owned, first thing I did when I bought that house, I put Gutter Cap on it because it protects your house.
It does. Listen, I mean, everybody has dealt with this in the South. You got trees all over the lot. You end up with a bunch of leaves and junk in the gutters. Your gutters get clogged up. Now you got a mess. Now with Gutter Cap, C-Stu and his staff, they come out there, and for the final time, they clean your gutters out. Then they cap them, and you never have to worry about that again. Listen, don't climb up on that ladder and clean the gutters out yourself. Let Gutter Cap handle this for you. You fall off that ladder, snap your neck, and die, you're no good to anybody. Gutter Cap stops those tragedies. 822-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 for our boy C. Stu and Gutter Cap.
First game today, 1 o'clock. We'll talk more about these games a little bit later on. But at 1 o'clock today, 4-loss Gus has 4 losses, but he could also have 10 wins with a win today. UCF and Duke go today. Mike Elko's first year, 8-4 at Duke. That's the first one out of the gate today, 1 o'clock UCF and Duke as they play each other. 4:30, another SEC team in the the Liberty Bowl today. Kansas and Arkansas, 2 6-6 teams. 6-6 and no bathrooms open today, man. What
a game.
What is keeping you away from the Liberty Bowl today in Memphis, right? 4:30 on ESPN. 7 o'clock on Fox, we talked to Joel Klatt about this yesterday. 15th ranked Oregon and Bo Nix, 9-3 on the year, taking on Drake May and North Carolina, 9-4. And then the last game today, it's the Lane Train. Lane Kiffin, 8-4, and Texas Tech, 7-5. That's 8 o'clock on ESPN. A couple of SEC teams, former SEC quarterback and Bo Nix and former Auburn coach Gus Malzahn. They headline the 4 games today in college football. But it's also the start of SEC basketball season. 2 years ago, Alabama won the regular season. Last year, Auburn won the regular season. Both of them will be back in the hunt again this year. We'll talk a little basketball when we come back as we get rolling today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Simpio. When we started this company, other than calling Rockstar and making sure he was coming with us, the second call we made was to our friends at Simpio.
Yeah, they're one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Here's what they do. They take care of the BS. I mean, just to put it simple for you, right? The stuff you don't want to deal with. Compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. Headaches. They take it off of your plate. I'll tell you this, my wife and I, we've got the best insurance we have ever had in our married life. That's thanks to Simpio. You could have the same. 205-635-7467, Simpio.com. If you can hear my voice, they can help you and take that BS off your plate as the business owner. Simpio.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Tom Luginbill back to college football at the top of the hour. We'll talk to Lugs then. You know, our friends right there at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson from Pell City, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, ready to help you in 2023 with that roof inspection. Free, no-cost roof inspection, no obligation. It's just a great way for Greg to evaluate your roof. I don't know when the last time you had that roof inspected, but it's something you should do every now and then. Greg will do it for free. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook. He also has a wonderful deal, some free services for people in the military, whether they're active, reserve, or veterans of the U.S. military. Some pipe jack boots, some flashing gutter work. Just contact Greg if you or a family member served in the U.S. military and or is serving in the U.S. military, and he'd love to try to help you out. 205-542-3531, just to say thank you. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. Warranties are the best in the business. Locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife are standing by. Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. Man, I'm excited for basketball today. It's going to be a great sports day to be in your sports room when you're done watching us. 1 o'clock, you start college football going nonstop with SEC games and all the stuff I told you all day long. Plus, we start SEC basketball play today, conference action. 4 o'clock's the first game out of the gate on the SEC network. Tennessee, who's really good, on the road at Ole Miss. And then you get dual games going on at the same time, both on the SEC network and ESPN2. On the SEC network, Kentucky on the road at Missouri. Missouri, I think 11-1, surprisingly.
Surprising start for them, yeah.
Kentucky's had 3 losses, but they play a tough schedule. They're still a good basketball team. At the same time, 6 o'clock down at Neville Arena, Florida and Auburn go. ESPN2 for that one. Andy and the gang on the Auburn network. 8 o'clock on ESPN2 right after that, Arkansas, who is going to play tonight without their big stud freshman, no Nick Smith again tonight. He may be back against Missouri, but he's ruled out tonight as he's still dealing with that knee. They're at LSU. They've got a couple of big players at LSU. After that coaching change, they go at 8 o'clock tonight on ESPN2. And then Bama and Mississippi State sold out in Starkville. Hard sellout. And some travel issues for the broadcast team trying to get there as we are experiencing America. But if you're not watching it on the SEC network with the shooter Pat Bradley, you can listen to Chris Stewart and Brian Passing and the crew from Starkville on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. So that's your slate of SEC games today. Let's start first with Auburn. They won the league last year, lost a couple of first-round draft picks. They're still searching for their identity. The defense is really good. But they're facing this Florida team, and they've got a player that has sort of been a pain in the you-know-what for Auburn over the last couple outings.
It's the big guy, Colin Castleton, in the win by Florida over Auburn last year, 19 points, 8 boards. In the loss Florida had, he had a double-double, 22 points, 10 boards. And that was against Kessler, by the way. I think, if I remember right, it's going to push me, but in the game at Florida, I think Kessler got in some early foul trouble.
It seems like he
if
did.
I remember correctly. Anyway.
2 or 3 quick ones.
Yeah, 6'11", Colin Castleton is the guy that Bruce Pearl is, I think what was the phrase he said? I'm tired of this guy whipping our tail.
Yeah, kicking our ass, I think.
All right,
in fact, I got that soundbite for you. Yeah, cut 2. Listen to Bruce Pearl here as he talks about Colin Castleton and the Florida Gators coming to Neville Arena tonight. Bruce Pearl and his cool Everything School. Here you go.
How does that maybe help or hurt that you know him so well?
Oh, I don't think it makes any difference that I can never play somebody, watch him play a few games, and I know him pretty well. So it doesn't really matter. I'm tired of him kicking our ass. Is what I'm tired of. I don't know him well enough to stop him or do anything. We were the National Defensive Player of the Year last year. We couldn't stop him. He's a focal point for what they do, and they've got some shooters to make it difficult to double team him, and so we just got to do it. But we got some good outside players as well. Janai Broom and Dylan Carwell are really good players, really good defenders, and that's going to be a huge matchup.
Todd Golden is the new coach at Florida, and I find it really interesting that Golden, who was the basketball operations guy for Bruce back at Auburn back in 14 to 16, is now the head coach at Florida. That's a quick rise because to me, the basketball op guy, he's the guy that he books your hotel rooms, he does your flights, he manages everything, all the operations at basketball, right?
He probably does more than that, but okay.
So this guy has gone from booking flights to the schedule to whatever, all the way to. Where did he go? San Francisco to coach?
Well, he was an assistant at San Francisco, and then the San Francisco guy took the Washington State guy. So they just promoted him up, and I was about to pull up his record here real quick. 57-36 at San Francisco. I'll just give you the non-COVID because that one COVID year is weird. But 22-12, 24-10 in the non-COVID years.
And they're in the same league with Gonzaga, if I remember correctly. So
yeah.
So he leaves San Francisco, and now he's got the Florida job.
I know. It's a quick rise. I mean, 3 years as a head coach, but obviously did have the experience with Bruce Pearl in the Southeastern Conference, so he knows the conference a little bit. But no, you're right. That is a quick rise to be a 3-year head coach at a place like San Francisco and get, I don't know where Florida would top whatever job Florida would be, but a big-time SEC job, that's a meteoric rise.
Yeah, Auburn is the much better team here, nationally ranked. Auburn hosting Florida tonight, 6 o'clock. The Alabama game, as I said, sold out over in Starkville. Rockstar cut 1, Nate Oates. This Alabama team played a really tough schedule. They got some great wins. Even their losses are against quality teams. But now it's to the part of the season that counts for most people. Alabama, Mississippi State tonight, and our buddy Nate Oates talking about going to Mississippi State and starting conference play on the road.
I'd much rather be in the place we're in, having been battle tested, having guys have some confidence that we can win some big games. Also, haven't been exposed a little bit and been able to figure out how to fix some of what we needed to fix this early in the season. I think I've seen in years past here where some SEC teams play a very easy non-conference schedule and struggle early in conference play before they figure out what they need to get fixed. Then they get it fixed and then start winning some games. Well, those early losses hurt them as far as seeding and conference tournament goes, competing for a league championship, all that, where hopefully we're not losing early because we've not been exposed to high-level basketball. We've been exposed to plenty of high-level basketball in the non-conference.
And I will tell you, the table is set for Alabama to lose this game tonight.
Why, Jim?
Sold out. They're only a 1.5-point favorite in this game.
I've seen it down to a pick, by the way.
Yeah.
I think it opened at 1.5, but it has been bet down, I think.
Tough game, and it's the classic battle of offense versus defense. Now, Alabama's defense has been struggling in the last 2 games. They're the offense team in this one. Mississippi State's the best defensive team in the SEC, the 3rd best defensive team by the numbers But they haven't played the schedule Alabama has. So we'll see if Mississippi State's for real tonight. But the table is set for Alabama to lose this game tonight. It's a tough game. This would be a quality win for the Tide.
Oh, it would be. And Alabama, I mean, this is a really, really tough start to the conference schedule. I mean, they've got State on the road tonight. You host Ole Miss, who's, they're a so-so team. But then your next two after that, you're host to Kentucky and you're at Arkansas, which Ken Palm would tell you are two of the best teams of the Southeastern Conference, along with Tennessee and Alabama.
Yeah.
So
Arkansas will have their stud freshman, Nick Smith, back then.
And you're playing there, which is a tough place to play.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough start for Alabama. It is not outside. This is a good Alabama basketball team, ranked at the top 10. If I told you Alabama starts the conference season 1-3, you're not stunned at that.
I would not be surprised. That would be on the bottom end of I would expect.
You wouldn't predict it. Obviously, you wouldn't. We'll get to that later. But if I told you Alabama's 1-3, you'd be sorely disappointed, but you wouldn't be stunned with that start.
No, if I was predicting it, I'd go 3-1.
Oh, I know. I'm well aware. We'll see that later.
Yeah. So that's Alabama tonight in that contest as they play at Mississippi State.
Yeah. By the way, Auburn, a 5.5-point favorite at home to Florida. I didn't give the point spread there. Alabama roughly a pick-em against State on the road, and Auburn a 5.5-point favorite.
You can bet those games with our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie getting you in the game. Start off by getting that. Use that promo code. Is it next round?
That is the promo code, Jim. Next round, and you get a deposit bonus, and you can use it right away at mybookie.ag. Get that deposit bonus in your account. Start using it and cash out quickly. mybookie.ag code next round. mybookie.ag code next round. College basketball, the bowl games, NFL playoffs coming up, NBA weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there in mybookie.ag. You can experience sport in a whole new light. Make this season, wherever you are in your season, a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag code next round. mybookie.ag code next round.
Joseph making his picks tonight over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Florida will get run tonight by Auburn. State will be a tough game for Bama. He's got Bama favored by 2.5. I got him at 1.5. Brown's seen it as low as a pick'em tonight. So a fun night starting SEC basketball. A couple of other interesting games. Villanova is at UConn. They've won 5 straight to get to 7-5. They had a slow start. UConn is one of Alabama's losses. That's tonight, 5:30 FS1. And will you check, is Mike Anderson still the coach at St. John? Does anybody know behind the glass, Forrester? Is Mike Anderson still the head coach at St. John's? If so, this may be his best team. They're off to an 11-2 start. And St. John's at home tonight to Xavier, 8 o'clock FS1.
He is, in fact, the coach of St. John's.
Yeah, so our Mike Anderson, UAB fans will remember Mike.
He's been pretty consistent there. 17-15, 16-11, 17-15. And now he's off to an 11-2 start.
Yeah, that's not very good, by the way.
Well, it's consistent.
It is consistently average.
Okay.
It's not consistently in the NCAA tournament.
That is true.
But Mike Anderson maybe has his best team tonight. They get Xavier at home, St. John's, 11-2, 8 o'clock on FS1. If you want to see old Mike, 40 minutes of hell.
Your guy, Ken Palm, though, has him at 57. So he's telling you that record is not exactly what it indicates.
Yeah, so that's a little basketball for you. We'll get back to the football coming up in a second. But anyone else concerned about this Southwest Airlines? I mean, that's my go-to airline. I don't know about anybody else. Rockstar, when you fly, who do you fly with?
Well, whoever I get the ticket with, I haven't flown since 2018, so I fly probably once every 5 years.
Okay.
Yes, it's concerning, but I'm not a big flyer.
I've used Southwest a lot. I don't know who I'd say I've used most. I like a lot of what Southwest does.
Or did.
I'm not certain they're going to be around much longer, but I liked their customer service. I like the fact they didn't charge you for a bag. I like the fact you pick your own seat.
Weren't they ones that had like they're not stewardess anymore, flight attendants that would sing and everything?
Yeah, they were a little more laid back. I liked the boarding, the situation, how you board there.
Just line up A, B,
and C. I liked all of that, really. But you pretty much you got to make the flights if you're going to be an airline.
Yeah,
that's rule number one. Like, what do we need to do as an airline? Well, we got to get the flights to take off first.
Well, I sent you guys in our group thread from a pilot, alleged pilot. I don't know 100% if it is true or not, but he was talking about some of the scheduling issues, and they make it sound like it's a computer problem, that they're having a computer software problem, like we're freaking Y2K again or something.
Yeah. Apparently, their computer system is very old, and it has not kept up. But I saw what is really the situation for them last night and I saw a video on this from an airline expert, is they are the only major airline that uses the point-to-point system. So whereas anybody in Birmingham or most places in the South knows this, if you fly Delta, chances are you're flying through Atlanta, no matter where you take off from in the Southeast, right?
Right.
Southwest doesn't do that.
No.
They have a point-to-point. So they could have a plane that takes off in Atlanta. That same plane is going to fly to St. Louis. Then it's going to fly to Omaha. Then it's going to fly to Kansas City. Then it's going to fly back to Atlanta. So apparently what that creates is if enough of them get offline, your whole system shut down because the plane that was supposed to be in Kansas City never got there.
That's right. So that plane can't pick up the people in Kansas City, go to the next one.
Right. Now,
and then tomorrow the Atlanta flights are canceled because that plane is still not in Atlanta.
Whereas if you're flying Delta and you fly from Dallas to Atlanta, but the plane didn't make it from Boston to Atlanta, guess what Delta's got? 1 million planes right there. So they can fix that a little bit easier than what Southwest can. So apparently that's what's happened here.
But the email I saw or a text message that someone shared with me, they made it sound like the Southwest computer was just a spinning wheel, that they were sitting there going, it's going to update soon, boys. It's going to update soon. And he was telling me, or this text was saying, shared with me was saying that the pilots, they were making it out like they didn't have enough crews for these flights.
Well, they can't get the crews to the cities.
When in reality, they have crews that are sitting in a hotel waiting for their next assignment, and they don't have a plane to fly.
Because their plane never showed up, and they can't get to the next city. So, yeah, it's a mess. There's no doubt. I don't know if they can recover from this.
So that scared me to death, so much so that last night, Rockstar, I invested in the super rail that we're going to build here in our country, like in Europe. We're going to connect all the major cities on a super rail.
Yeah, that'll be in your lifetime, too.
You don't think so?
No, of course it will. They'll break ground soon.
Super rail.
We're so far behind. America is so far behind in public transit. We should be a super rail country. Can you imagine that? Hop on a super rail and we'd be in Dallas like that?
Like what? I could get on a plane and be in Dallas like that.
Yeah, but
Southwest you can't.
Well,
forget the planes. We just jump on the super rail here in Birmingham.
Well,
we're in Dallas in 7 hours.
The plane's faster. I'm in Dallas in an hour and a half.
Yeah, but you're in the air, not on a super rail.
You can't die on a super rail.
Yeah, you can't.
I like Dunaway's sales job. The super rail will get you there 6 times longer it will take than a flight.
You're not on a super plane. You're on a super rail.
Oh, yeah. Let me sign up for that, Jim. I've got 7 hours to spend in a tube with a bunch of people.
But just think, you could sit there and you could read.
I can do that in a plane.
If you're LT, you could talk to a witch.
That's true. Can't do that in a plane.
Meet people, man. Meet people. I don't know. The super rail looks so much more... I don't know, consistent. They're literally on a track.
When are we going to have those flying cars?
Never.
The Jetsons had them.
Yeah. Not in my lifetime. Yeah. Not in my lifetime. All right, when we come back, a little NFL news from yesterday that will impact some games coming up this weekend. And then college football with our buddy Tom Luginbill at the top of the hour. But up next, you Braves fans, stand by. Got a little Braves news as well. The show being brought to you by a couple of people. Bromberg's one of them. Our friends at Bromberg's want to remind you that they are the gift-giving place. Family-owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides. I was thinking golf. I was thinking about golf in the commercial break, and I haven't played golf in forever.
Get back on that super rail, man.
Our friends at Bromberg's, almost like LT reads this every day, the perfect place for your registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and at the Summit. You can also view their store online at brombergs.com, brombergs.com. Those 2 great locations right there. Should be noted right here, Tyler, the intern, I am on medication today. I'm trying to fight off what LT has. So far, so good. But I'm a little.
Yeah, it's been great.
But I'm a little high.
Yeah.
We're back in a moment right here on the next round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Basketball tonight, football today. It's a big sports day after a nice bowl outing in Montgomery and Birmingham here in state yesterday. A little Braves news to tell you about. The Braves, just a open checkbook these days. We'll talk about that after Brown tells us about Dr. B, the person making LT's hair look fantastic.
Yeah, Lance is getting a lot of compliments about our guy, Dr. B, and he went in to see him, I guess earlier this year. Am I right about that?
Yeah, back in the spring, I
Yeah,
think.
because with age, for most people, comes hair loss. And we found out about Dr. Beckenstein and his team there, and what they did for Lance was perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, really, and Dr. B's really the only person in Alabama that's doing it. He targets an individual treatment based on genetics and formulates compounds and prescriptions to meet that genetic profile, which is the game changer in all of this. So Lance got his results, and then he and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting going over options, choosing a non-invasive laser treatment. That's what Lance is using. That increases the thickness and the health of the hair. And he's been getting great results. A lot of people have been stopping him and wanting to see it and saying, I could tell a difference. Dr. Beckenstein is using a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures to help people everywhere, men and women. You can find out more today, 205-319-0316. Dr. Beckenstein, 205-319-0316.
Jeff Schultz, who writes for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and has covered the Braves for a long, long time, writes earlier this week that the Braves did not want to keep Dansby Swanson. They made him a low-ball offer to start with, and even when Dansby came back wanting to stay with Atlanta at half the market price of what he could get, somewhere between what the Cubs are going to pay him and what the Braves are offering, the Braves didn't even respond to his counter offer. Joseph Joseph in the chat room says the Braves should have kept Dansby, best shortstop in the game. We'll see what the Braves end up doing at the shortstop, but that was
not a fan favorite move either. I think the fans wanted them to keep Dansby Swanson.
The last two fan favorites, Freddie Freeman and Dansby Swanson, they've sort of handled the same way, and that's why I bring it up for you Braves fans. The next guy they're going to let go is going to be Max Fried.
You think so?
Mark it down. Jeff writes that he's the 29-year-old pitcher. Fan favorite. He's been an all-star, and that the book on your GM in Atlanta is he doesn't like to give long-term contracts to pitchers who are going to go into their 30s. And he's 29 this season, and they have not re-signed him. They've re-signed every core player now except for Max Fried. Fried not re-signed, and don't expect him. He'll be gone probably at some point this year.
Yeah, and if you're Fried, you got to know that, right? I mean, you look around and you're like, okay, well, they've signed this guy, they've signed that guy. They didn't sign Dansby, and I can't find Dansby in the locker room anymore. Yeah, I'm gone.
Smuff says Fried will get a fortune if they let him see free agency. He's gone.
Well, I mean, if that's the guy's philosophy, Anthopoulos' philosophy.
Yep.
I mean, you have a philosophy for a reason, right? I would imagine by the numbers that you make a better decision by not going long-term for a 30-plus pitcher than by going long-term. Now, there are always going to be exceptions. There are always guys, I mean, Verlanders and Max Scherzers and people like that are top-line pitchers.
Those are Hall of Famers.
Yeah, they're pretty obvious. But I think if you take away the obvious ones, you're better off not doing that.
Yeah, I agree. Now, I bring this up because, there's Max Fried, no long-term contract. Sean Murphy, who came from the A's, he's a catcher. You've already got Travis d'Arnaud, who's got 2 more years, $8 million 1 year, and the club option $8 million. He's an all-star catcher. You already got him. Now you trade 3 players, including a really good DH and a prospect pitcher, and you get Sean Murphy from the A's, and he hasn't even put on a Braves uniform yet, and you give him a 6-year, $73 million contract yesterday, and he becomes the 7th core Brave to get a 6+ year long-term contract that by the end of those contracts will be very team-friendly, really good contracts. And this guy's doing a tremendous job of keeping those core players together.
He is. I mean, you trust Alex Anthopoulos right now if you're a Braves fan.
If you're a Braves fan,
seems
you
like
have to.
Yeah, every move, and it goes back. I think the move where I think everybody started trusting him was when Acuna was hurt, and you're nearing the trade deadline, and you make all those moves that won you a world championship, basically. I think if you didn't trust Anthopoulos before, that was the sealer for you, and you're like, okay, whatever this guy does, he's got a good enough track record. I'm going to say I may not see it. I may like Dansby Swanson, but I'm going to trust what this guy's doing.
Spencer Strider is the one pitcher in that core, the rookie last year. He got a long-term deal. Michael Harris, Acuna, Austin Riley, Ozzie Albies, Max Olson, now Sean Murphy, all long-term deals. And Travis d'Arnaud $8 million in 2023, option in 2024. Darno, by the way, they're wanting him to stay with the organization, according to Jeff Schultz, when his playing days are done. Would not surprise me if one day Travis Darno is a manager for the Atlanta Braves.
Well, catchers make good managers is what they've always said, right?
Smuff says Murphy's an elite defensive catcher. With the rule changes, the catching position is about to be bigger than ever. Had 18 home runs, 66 RBIs last year for an A's team that plays in a horrible ballpark for home runs.
That's true, and they're not a very good team.
Yeah.
What are the rule changes he's talking about?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, are they going to give the catcher a gun and he could shoot a guy that's stealing second? That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it, Rockstar, if he had a sniper's rifle, the guy's still a second, he could just see if he can pop him on the move?
No.
You wouldn't like that? You wouldn't watch more baseball if that were the case?
I'd watch probably one game and be like,
just see if a guy got killed?
Yeah, and just that. No, it never would happen. This may be the night.
This may be the night. Somebody gets a headshot.
Tune in.
Or if you're the pitcher, you get on the ground quick, don't you?
Caleb, as a Braves fan, you gotta be excited about the next 5 to 8 years with the moves that Anthopoulos has made there in that organization. We'll talk to Luginbill next. Cowan Equipment poll questions brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Tell us about Cowan and give us I'll find us the update on the poll
Find us
question.
the update, if you will, Jim, while I tell all the fine people about Cowan Equipment. Listen, if you are having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list gives you a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
You're going to have to read longer. It takes
Cowan for more information.
We have so much.
Rockstar, would you like to see somebody get shot stealing second?
Some idiot posted his SEC basketball prediction on our website.
Those garnered a lot of page views. Jim.
In our poll question, have you checked out on bowl games? Do you even watch them anymore? 36% of you say I watch all the SEC teams. 21% say I watch 20 or more bowl games every year. There's 43 of them. I watch them all as 8%. 33% chose other. I don't know what other entails. You'll have to ask Taylor Korn about that. Tom Luginbill. Tom Luginbill is coming up next. We'll talk college football and those bowl games with him on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Truthfully, I'm worried about our friend Tom Luginbill. Maybe he's packing right now, but he's not in New Orleans yet. And is that what you were doing? You were packing Luginbill over there? We're about to talk to Luginbill about college football, the big stories, and getting ready. He's on the call with Alabama this weekend, right, against Kansas State at the Sugar Bowl. So he's heading to New Orleans, but he's not in New Orleans. And if you've been following air travel in America over the last few days, he should have left last week.
And in appreciation for Tom Luginbill joining us, we're awarding him 2 million Southwest Air Miles. Welcome in, Luginbill. How are you?
Well, fortunately, I live in Charlotte, so I'm pretty much relegated to one airline, and that's American. So far, so good for my travels later this afternoon. Yeah, I'm sitting there, and I'm like, holy smokes, I got to jump on with the guys, and I'm packing my stuff because I got to go from the Sugar Bowl to the Under Armour game. So it's one of them. It's like 2 suits, 2 shirts, 2 ties. It's like double of everything. So I'm scrambling a little bit here.
As you have looked at Alabama, first of all, with the guys that have opted to play, this has been a concern for Alabama in these games where they don't make the college football playoff and they are in a quote-unquote lesser bowl game. It's lesser when you play to Alabama standards. There's no doubt about that. When you've got big names like Will Anderson and Jahmyr Gibbs and Bryce Young saying we're playing in this game, that has to filter down to the rest of the locker room, does it not?
I would sure hope so because, unfortunately, right, wrong, or indifferent, because of the college football playoff, we've diminished the other bowls and the validity and how you cherish the privilege of playing in a game like the Sugar Bowl. And I think it reflects maturity. I think it reflects leadership. It sends a message that this game is important, and what you put on film, regardless of whether you're going to be a 7th-round pick or first-round pick, is important. It's important to play for your teammates, to play for the team, but more importantly, cherish the opportunity and the privilege of playing in the Sugar Bowl. And you're right. We've seen it. We've seen the disappointment of Alabama not show up and play well versus Oklahoma, then not show up and play well versus Utah. This has been something that has plagued this roster, but I will say this. Having these guys opt in, it's not even an opt-in. having these guys do what they're supposed to do, as in play the game of football that they're on scholarship to play, is refreshing. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they come out. I'm looking forward to seeing how Kansas State comes out, because it's a team that you just can't disregard, man. They're so fundamentally sound. And keep an eye on the kicking game in the Sugar Bowl, guys, because Kansas State is exceptional on special teams. They don't beat themselves. They're not heavily penalized. They've got a running back that's 5'0" that gets lost behind the line of scrimmage. This is going to be a lot of fun to see how this thing unfolds.
And to me, that's where the game is won or lost for Kansas State is that ability up front, where I think Alabama's front seven is so good, especially the linebackers, and Kansas State's ability to establish some kind of run game. If they can do that, they're in the game. If they can't get a run game going, this could lean heavily to Alabama. How close am I on the breakdown?
You're very close, and you're forgetting one X factor that I think is a big component to this. Keep in mind that Adrian Martinez should be 100% healthy to go for a quarterback run package. And if you're an Alabama fan, and we've seen versus a traditional quarterback and a non-traditional quarterback, you have to defend those two offenses entirely different. And so Will Howard's obviously going to get the start. He's earned the ability to start, but he's not a huge threat with his legs. Alabama can play 11 on 10. But if Adrian Martinez comes into the game, now it changes, because now you have running back run threat, quarterback run threat. You have option principles and RPO game that you've got to contend with. So you can bet that Alabama has spent a lot of time, even though they haven't seen it on tape a bunch up until this point, because Will Howard's been the guy. Expect some quarterback run out of Kansas State.
I'm interested, though, in two things. One, how much does that look like what Auburn was trying to do in their game with Alabama without the Robbie Ashford's history of throwing the football? And two, when they do throw the football, what's Kansas State's receivers like against Alabama's secondary? Break that down for me a little bit.
Yeah, I labeled Kansas State's receivers. I was having a conversation with part of our crew earlier in the week. I said they're serviceable. And what I mean by that is they're functional, they're reliable, they are good players. Malik Knowles is obviously the go-to guy, number 4. Cade Warner, Kurt Warner's son, is the reliable 3rd and 8. He's going to get to 9, and he's going to catch it in traffic. But they don't break the huddle with guys that you immediately on defense go, okay, where is so-and-so lined up? And I think that's something that because of Alabama, how they like to play, I don't think that they're going to give Kansas State much room off the football. I think they're going to challenge Kansas State to see if on the perimeter they could win one-on-one matchups. This will be the best secondary by a mile. And I think it's a really improved secondary, to be honest with you guys, not to backtrack, but they kind of morphed themselves into what I've seen over the last 4 to 5 weeks of kind of growing together as a much more functional unit on the defensive back end. So there will be challenges for Kansas State getting off the ball. If they get pressed, can they get over the top? I'm not sure they can. I think that Alabama is going to force them to try it.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us each week, courtesy of ATIX, AAATIX.com, 822-7382. Dunaway mentioned the Alabama-Mississippi State game tonight, a sellout, Auburn-Florida sellout. You get those tickets at ATIX, AAATIX.com, 822-7382, Sugar Bowl tickets as well. There's growing speculation that Bill O'Brien will be in New England next year, not in Tuscaloosa. Assuming that happens, Alabama had great success with Lane Kiffin and Steve Sarkisian. Is there a guy like that out there for Nick Saban that runs? I don't even know how to describe that type of offense, Luke's, but runs an offense that can wake up Alabama's offense a little bit.
Garrett Riley.
I mean, that's the hot name. That's the hot name. That's who everybody wants to try, right?
Well, essentially what Garrett's done, it's a little mixture of old school air raid, but it's got a power run game component. Their favorite play is guard tackle counter, and they love it. And that is not, I think you look at, the late great Mike Leach, who used to joke with all of his disciples about how everybody that started running the football got kicked off the air raid bus, right?
Yeah.
And Lincoln was one of those guys. Dana Holgerson was one of those guys that really felt like, okay, having a more dynamic quarterback and having a power run game only helps aid in all of the passing game concepts that we already have. And they evolved. And I think that there's this notion that in the air raid, you're not going to be able to run the football effectively, or you don't want to. That's not the case with Garrett Riley. It's not the case with a Lincoln Riley or Dana Holgerson and some of these other guys. So I think it's something worth looking into. I think a lot of it just depends on ensuring that you're quarterback friendly. The RPO game has to be a big component to what you do. Having an athletic quarterback's got to be a big component to what you do. It just puts so much strain on the defense. I remember getting ready to do the Citrus Bowl with Alabama and Michigan several years back, and Coach Saban saying, I got sick and tired of chasing these guys all around the field. And I started looking at our staff, go, why don't we go get one of these guys? And that's kind of what's happened, right? And now all of a sudden you're more athletic and you can do more within the offense. But you're never going to deviate from a strong run game. It's going to be founded in that area. And but I do think there are some really, really smart young coaches. The guy that, to be honest with you, not to go off topic here, the guy that Deion Sanders hired at Colorado from Kent State, really, really good. That was a really, really good hire. I think he was an up-and-comer. So there won't be any shortage, guys, of quality coaches wanting to coach at the University of Alabama if that opens up.
Kansas State's the Big 12 champions. TCU's in the playoffs in the game that follows you on Saturday. And I'm interested in that matchup with TCU in Michigan. What can TCU do to slow down Michigan's run game? And does J.J. McCarthy, is he the difference in why this Michigan team could possibly win a national championship, his ability to throw where they didn't have that last year when they ran into Georgia?
Yeah, so let me start off with the TCU side of it. Number one, TCU's got a lot better players than people think they do, particularly on defense, particularly at corner. Their corners are really, really good. They will match up very, very well with Michigan's personnel out wide. But the way they line up, they're in that 3-3-5 look, and they just dare you to run the football. And what they want to do is they want to spill the ball to the perimeter. They are not a team in a 3-3-5 look that's going to be able to just line up, hold up in a phone booth versus a downhill power run game. And that's what Michigan's going to try to do to them. So what TCU wants to do, their best tacklers are their perimeter players. They want to clog the middle and force that ball to bounce outside, get into space, and then run to the football, leverage the ball, and tackle. Both of these two teams, Michigan's the best tackling team on defense in college football. I think TCU is right up there with them.
Wow.
All right, that's a hard thing to do in today's game. So for my money, TCU's got to get off the field a couple of times. They can't allow the inside run game to keep the defense on the field because you're going to limit offensive possessions. TCU would love for this thing to get into a track meet because that's not Michigan's game. So to me, there's two things on defense for TCU that I'd sum up. Can they hold up for 4 quarters? All right. Do they have the depth to be able to stand up at the line of scrimmage and say, nope, you're not going to run it down our throat? And then secondly, can you get a takeaway? Can you get off that field on that 1 3rd and 4 where you hold them? They decide not to go for it on 4th down because they're on the 38-yard line. Those two things are key. On the Michigan side of things, I don't think they have to ask J.J. McCarthy to wear a cape. I think that he's going to hand it off. He's going to be they're going to be a play action football team in the passing game. They got the best group of offensive line and I think run game scheme of anybody in college football right now. They've done such an unreal job up front at Michigan. They just can't take TCU lightly. TCU loves to live in the one possession game. They love to live when it looks like all hope is lost. They thrive on that. So the longer Michigan allows TCU to stick around, the tougher it's going to be on Michigan to win the game.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill, presented by ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. You'll see him on the Sugar Bowl coming up Saturday with Alabama and Kansas State. Our buddy Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, gave it a tremendous stat that I was completely unaware of today, that Stetson Bennett has not been sacked since the middle of October. That's pretty remarkable to think about, Luke. You go against some pretty good defenders in the Southeastern Conference. For him to avoid that since October, that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I think it's a reflection on a few things. The ability to run the ball, the ability to get the ball out of your hand on play action, and the fact that, guys, let's call it what it is. Stetson Bennett is a much better athlete than people give him credit for. Much better. Same as Max Duggan at TCU. Just that crafty guy that finds a way to make that first guy miss and avoid a negative play for 7 yards on a sack. And even if you throw it out of bounds, all right, you haven't lost anything. So, I always hear everybody talk about sacks. Okay, sacks are important, but affecting the quarterback can be every bit as important. And if you affect the quarterback, whether that's through pressure, coming at his legs, buzzing the tower, whatever it may be, that is where I think Ohio State has to have an impact defensively to get Georgia out of rhythm or get Georgia off schedule, because that's where Stetson Bennett's really good. He can throw it from within the pocket with anticipation, timing, but if things aren't perfect, he can evade and avoid the loss.
Sam Hartman likely is going to end up at Notre Dame, but what an unbelievable career at Wake Forest. True or false, because the report said several SEC teams were reaching out to Sam Hartman, he could start at all 14 SEC schools next year.
Oh, that's true. I've seen him a bunch of times the last couple of years now. He is really, really good, like really good. And if there's a place for Chase Daniel in the NFL, if there's a place for Colt McCoy, then there's a place for this guy. Tough as nails, really smooth passer. Nothing affects him in the pocket. When you guys watch that slow mesh Wake Forest offense, which is fascinating, he's throwing the football like 2 yards from the line of scrimmage with bodies flying all around him. And his eyes never come down. He's always keeping his eyes downfield. It's unbelievable to see that type of savvy and focus. So I think anytime you have a guy that's thrown for that many yards, that many touchdowns, been that productive, of course you're going to take him. And I think it's smart on his part because he needs to go into another offense to prove that it wasn't this scheme only, that he can do it in another set of circumstances. And I think he's really smart in doing that.
Will that slow mesh spread in college football? Is that a Dave Clawson only thing, or do you think you'll see other teams run it because it gets a whole lot of criticism? People don't like watching it.
You're starting to see the Chiefs do it a little bit in the NFL.
Dude, it puts you in such a conflict of assignment. You think the zone reads a problem or an RPO is a problem? This thing's a huge problem because at what point do you tell your players, okay, you have to commit to the run? I mean, they are literally dragging that thing from 5 yards deep to 1 yard to the line of scrimmage. What are you going to tell the guy to do? And Dave Clawson told me we prepared for the Florida State game this year. I said, how was this thing born? He goes, well, number one, we couldn't block a chair when we got here. All right. Then we started realizing that athletically we could RPO people, but they could change things up on us and give us a foggy picture. He goes, when we started to go to this, it forced teams to commit to one or the other. So all it did was clear the read up for the quarterback. I think the concern that other coaches have, because it is fascinating when you watch it, it is remarkably productive. The other concern is it looks like it's really difficult to protect. You know, how close do you want your quarterback to the line of scrimmage with bodies around him? And could they all do what Sam Hartman has done? I don't know. But I know it's remarkably difficult to defend, and nobody likes preparing for it.
And I don't like watching it. I'm going to tell you, it's not entertaining to me to watch. It's hard to watch for me.
It's disconcerting, isn't it? Like you're kind of going, oh, wait a minute, you know. And it's just I'm with you a little bit there, Jim. It's different. It is hard to watch sometimes. But if you want to get a scheme advantage, and maybe you don't have the athletes that everybody else does. That's why Wake and Dave Clawson have done what they've done.
Now, I'm sure there was some guy in 1919 that was like, them throwing the football down the field. I like it when we lined it up and played like rugby, throwing it around.
Remember, there's 3 things that can happen when you throw the football, and 2 of them are bad.
Yeah, that's right. All right, he's ESPN's Tom Luginbill. You will see him Saturday on Bama and K-State right there on ESPN for the Sugar Bowl. Luginbill, as always, thank you for the time. Safe travels. We'll see you next week.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of ATIX. AAATIX.com is the website to go to, or call him in Birmingham, 822-7382. Bama basketball on the road, Auburn at home, Sugar Bowl, all those ticket needs right there at ATIX, 822-7382.
Toughest ticket in sports right now is Georgia and Ohio State. ATIX can get you into that, too, if you're a local Georgia or Buckeye fan or just want to go to that great game. Albert over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. If Stetson Bennett could be the best quarterback in this playoffs, how long until Saban switches up his recruiting, or has he already started that? The way Stetson Bennett plays is really sort of the way Alabama used to play quarterback.
Well, I don't think Stetson Bennett's the best quarterback in this playoff, but I mean, he's obviously been a very, very good one. I think the question would be, is it an anomaly? Is it the parts around him? Is it the great defense? Or, are there factors, or is he just an elite quarterback? I don't know the answer to that.
23 of the last 24, Georgia has won. Stetson, the quarterback in those games, and they do sort of play a style that, Alabama used to play.
They do.
They play defense. They run the ball a little bit.
Not many teams. Michigan kind of plays that style a little bit. They're just not as elite at quarterback.
The two teams that are projected to be in the national championship game sort of play the little run defense style of football back in the day. University of Montevallo bringing you part of the show today. If you had a son or daughter who's thinking about college, very soon, senior or junior in high school, Montevallo is a place to visit. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu, small class sizes. It's going to help them succeed academically, won't be overwhelmed in a classroom of 300 people. The class sizes average around 30 to 40 people at Montevallo. You got 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, multi-million-dollar theater department that was just built brand new business departments, sports communications department, news communications department, great athletics, 21 NCAA Division II sports that are fully funded. I already told you that. It's so much at Montevallo. Just schedule an in-person tour or learn more. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Craig says that's a great question. How would you rank the best quarterbacks in the playoffs, Brown? Who's the best quarterback?
I would still go C.J. Stroud. It's so weird he said that. I almost asked that question to Luginbill because I think he would have gone Stroud as well and McCarthy last. I'm curious where he would have Duggan and Stetson Bennett, and I don't know where you would have them. I think you say you would have Bennett in front of Stroud.
I think I would go Stroud, Bennett, Duggan, and then McCarthy at the end.
I think McCarthy's obviously last. I think Stroud's obviously first. I don't know what you do with Bennett and Duggan.
Now, if it's the fourth quarter and my team needs a touchdown, I think Duggan's the way to go. I mean, a field goal, whatever.
Yeah, he's delivered every time.
But I would go Stroud. I would go Stetson. I would go Duggan. I would go McCarthy.
Milkman, I don't know if he's being sarcastic here, but I think he actually makes a good point. He says it's because Stetson Bennett's 25 years old. And I don't think you can discount the age and experience that Stetson Bennett has. I don't know that he's actually 25, but he's old for a college football player. I mean, so much in college football now, you're depending on a 17 or 18-year-old quarterback to win you a championship. The guys play so early now. Stetson Bennett has seen and done a lot. It's going to be hard to shake that guy. You're not going to throw – Ohio State's not going to throw something at Stetson Bennett he hasn't seen in his career.
Joseph goes Stroud, Bennett, Duggan, McCarthy as well. J.J. McCarthy's only 19, Charlie says. So
so you got young guys out there, and Stetson Bennett's the old hat.
It's that 6-year gap that you can now get in college athletics, or 5-year gap.
I don't know that Stetson's actually 25. I'll have to confirm that, but he's an old guy.
Should be a fun national championship game, Michigan and Georgia.
You're already ready to call it?
I don't know, man. That Ohio State team, they're lying in the weeds. It'll be a fun Saturday coming up to see if Michigan can finally end TCU's Cinderella season, and if Ohio State can somehow upset the mighty Georgia Bulldogs. That's a couple of things on the itinerary on Saturday to watch. Nichols Outfitters has a couple of things you can get done starting 2023. When we come back, we'll talk about the national championship game. You'll hear from J.J. McCarthy. It's part of the conversation when we continue here on TNR, Browning.
And Stetson is 25, by the way. Turned 25 in October. Start off 2023 with safely securing your valuables and firearms with a safe from Nichols Outfitters. They're offering 25% off in-stock Browning and Champion safes, potentially a savings of hundreds of dollars. Safely secure your firearms, valuables, gold, cash, heirlooms, anything of value with a safe from Nichols Outfitters. Exit 242, Nichols Outfitters, we know outdoors.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
All right, getting ready for the college football playoff. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. One note I wanted to tell you about. We'll make this our Hemp Hill wish list update, okay? A lot of Bama fans.
Yeah.
A lot of Bama fans worried about this. Ian Rappaport reporting that Bill O'Brien back to the Patriots is looking more and more like it's going to happen.
I've been hearing it for about a month or so that Bill O'Brien's not going to be back in Tuscaloosa. And then the NFL side of that is you've been hearing it for a while that Bill Belichick wants him back. This Belichick experiment with Rockstar's guy has not worked at all. It's not been a good offense. They still have a road to the playoffs alive. All they got to do is keep winning their games. They get Miami and New England, Miami up in Foxborough on Sunday. If they win that game, they got a really good shot to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But you can't, even if you make the playoffs, you can't pretend this Matt Patricia and Joe Judge experiment has worked. They want Bill O'Brien back, and Bill O'Brien made a 2-year commitment to Alabama. And he's given that 2 years, and I think he wants to move on, and I think, truth be told, Alabama wants him to move on.
Yeah,
I don't think there's hard feelings. I just think they realize it hasn't worked as well.
And Bill Belichick is sort of had placeholders this year waiting for Bill
That's
O'Brien
right.
to come back. That from Ian Rappaport. Hemp Hill Services, during the freeze of the winter, maybe you had some plumbing issues. In the freeze of the winter, maybe you have some heating issues. And when it's hot as heck down here south, you may have cooling issues. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, you trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. That's our friends at Hemp Hill Services. You can call them up right now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Adam and Chad will take care of it. They built a company that I love over here because Hemp Hill Services, they fix it. They fix it right the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. 3 things that are a must if you're going to have a good company. Adam and Chad have built that. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. Just remember the name Hemp Hill. Brownie.
Can I ask a question? Is this J.J. McCarthy on my preview screen here to my right?
That is from Wolverine's Wire, J.J. McCarthy.
Rockstar, how old is this guy?
He looks like a 15-year-old Michael Shannon.
Charlie says 19. I don't know who Michael Shannon is. But
You remember for Boardwalk Empire, he was the really serious agent that beat himself on his back with a belt. You remember Michael Shannon?
Yeah.
Rockstar has nailed it. He's 15-year-old Michael Shannon.
He looks to me like a kid that would have been in One Tree Hill back in the day, dating myself. But he, that is a young-looking guy,
a young kid to be playing quarterback at a college football playoff.
And Michigan is better off in the playoffs. Let's do our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff college football playoffs, brought to you by our friends at Dr. Pepper. We go into these 2 games coming up Saturday. You know how, Alabama, Auburn, Alabama fans, you've seen it, right? The playoffs, you win, you go to the national championship, you lose, and you've made it to the playoffs. Michigan last year, it seemed like making the playoffs was satisfying enough that going to Miami and then losing that game, okay, they wanted to win, but it was mission accomplished. They beat Ohio State. They made the college football playoffs. Well, beating Ohio State a second time is really sweet, but they want to win this game, right? They want to.
Yeah,
now we've
it's the
been
next
to
step.
Now we've been to the playoffs. Let's win a playoff game and get there. J.J. McCarthy talking yesterday about this being a business trip out to the Fiesta Bowl.
JJ, take me through this week and what it looks like for you guys and how it differs from your approach last season, having been through it already in the semifinals.
It differs in we've been here before. We know that there's a lot of things that could distract us from the task at hand, in that this kind of week to prepare, we're taking it much more as a business trip instead of kind of like a vacation feel like it was in Miami last year. So it's I'd say the biggest difference is just we've been here before and we know what to do.
Yeah, so and that can be a little different. You've experienced the playoffs before, and a lot of those players are back. Not all of them, but a lot of those players are back. And as you do the Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff, the fact that they've been there before now and TCU hasn't, there's a little advantage Michigan with that experience, too.
I wish I knew the answer to this question. I wish I knew where Michigan stayed last year at the Orange Bowl. Because if you remember when Alabama played Notre Dame, I think was the game where they stayed in the blue, right?
Yeah, Fontainebleau.
The Fontainebleau, and they had to send some guys home. And the next go-around down there, I think Nick Saban wanted Oklahoma to stay there because I think Nick Saban saw how difficult it is to focus and not treat it like just, it's a bowl game. We're going to have a wing-eating contest, and we're going to go dance in the clubs. This is a college football playoff, and I think he wanted Oklahoma to stay there because he knew how distracting it was. I don't know if Michigan stayed there, but I did see where Harbaugh said, last year, he essentially said we treated it like a normal bowl game last year. We did all the activities. We got caught up in going and seeing the sights, and we lost focus on the fact that we were playing in the college football playoff. It's just this is what faces TCU, Dunaway. This is what faces that group in Phoenix at TCU, is realizing this is not your normal bowl game.
It is not.
We don't do the pie eating contest here, and maybe we got to sacrifice some of those fun things because we are playing for a purpose, and we've worked hard to get here.
And Michigan has cut out all their non-essential bowl activities.
That's right. That's what you have to do, and maybe that's unfair to the players, but I think they would far rather be playing for a championship than doing a pie eating contest at the Outback Bowl.
Yeah, 100%. Get that one extra game to play for all the marbles if they win that. We'll continue our Dr. Pepper countdown to kickoff here for the college football playoffs this week. I've done it like 10 times this year. I just don't feel like TCU can win this game. Now, every time TCU has won the game.
Except for one.
Yeah, I just don't feel like they win the game.
It's hard to see them winning this game. It is hard to see them winning this game. I don't see the path to victory for them. I don't know that the Big 12 was that great this year, and they just survived scare after scare after scare. Kansas State had them down 18. Kansas State lost their quarterback. They come back and win that game. Baylor had them beat 15 different ways. Baylor couldn't pick up a first down. TCU, to their credit, runs an incredible fire drill, gets out there, kicks it through for the game winner. And
Michigan just
finally caught up with them against Kansas State.
They don't make a ton of mistakes. Michigan doesn't, that allow you to get back into games if you're behind. When that's TCU has been behind in all these games, and they've come back usually at the hands of mistakes by the other people. Michigan just don't make mistakes. They don't make mistakes.
They don't, and they just run a style, like Luginbill said, a really good tackling team, and just a fundamentally sound team under Jim Harbaugh. You got to give the guy credit. We criticized the guy so much early on in Michigan, but he has developed a fundamentally sound program, and they just don't cost themselves games anymore.
Craig's dead on. Georgia and Michigan covering seems deceptively easy.
It really does. I mean, if you force me to the window right now, that's the two sides I would take, the two favorites.
If you told me, other than the Georgia-Michigan chalk prediction, what is the next best case, and this could be a good poll question, I think it's a better chance you see Michigan and Ohio State than you do Georgia and TCU.
I think I would agree with that. TCU's what you're essentially saying there is, of all the teams, you've got the least faith in TCU.
Yep.
Even though Ohio State, last time we saw them, was not great, they got drilled by their in-state rival, or their arch rival, in their stadium. I still have more faith in Ohio State than I do TCU.
Yeah. Now, I would put my money on...
Some of that's brand.
I'd put my money on the favorites, but if I was taking one underdog, I would take Ohio State in this one.
Yeah, I think I would too. I think the most likely scenario is Georgia-Michigan. Second most likely scenario is Ohio State-Michigan.
Me too.
Least likely scenario is anything that involves TCU coming out of that other game.
I agree. And the next one probably is TCU, Georgia, and then TCU, Ohio State.
Probably so. I think that's the way I would set those, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's our Dr. Pepper countdown to kick off. More on the Georgia and Ohio State game coming up in a little bit as we continue to count down to that. Part of our show today being brought to you as well by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. The look ahead on still to come on the show. Todd Fuhrman talks about the betting spreads with us to start the final hour at 12 noon. Andy Kennedy with us at 12:20 to talk about UAB continuing conference play tomorrow night back at home as they get, I think it's UTEP's in town tomorrow
That is correct,
night.
UTEP. Yep. Coach driving players all over the place. Got him in Birmingham now.
That's right. So he's in Birmingham tomorrow to take on UAB for that one.
Hey, find out if LASIK is right for you with Michelson Laser Vision. 969-8100, michelsonlaservision.com. Give Amy a call there. Set your consultation and let Dr. Jennifer and Dr. Mark Michelson, who've been doing this for decades, tell you if LASIK can help you. 969-8100, michelsonlaservision.com. Remember, when you call Amy, tell her you heard about it here on the next round. They love hearing that. And just listen, Lance went from legally blind to basically fighter pilot vision. They can do the same for you. What is a consultation hurt, right? It could change your life today. 969-8100, michelsonlaservision.com.
In the NFL, Mac Jones fined $11,000 plus for the low block on Eli Apple as he was pursuing a pick six, trying to prevent that from happening. Washington has named Carson Wentz starting quarterback this weekend over Taylor Heineke. What do you think about that? Now, Wentz missed a lot of the season injured. He's back now. Washington holding on by a half game to the final playoff spot ahead of Seattle and Detroit and Green Bay. And they're going to go play both quarterbacks last week. They're going to go with Carson Wentz to try to jumpstart a 7-7-1 team.
Yeah, I don't know that they have many great options there. You look at the two options, you're like, Wentz or Heineke. I don't know that I've got a good option. I know what I do have is a good defense, and I'm just going to hope that if they make mistakes, that defense bails me out of it.
Best thing for them, they have the Browns this weekend. That's the best news for them. Deshaun Watson has yet to be really good coming back.
Yeah, Browns then Cowboys in that big rivalry game. I think what you hope if you're Washington is that the Cowboys have locked in anything they can lock in, and they're resting at that point. And then that way you play Browns and maybe a resting Cowboys team.
Yeah, that'd be the best chance for them. Playoffs implications everywhere this week. Tampa Bay can clinch. And then you talked about it, the huge game between the Dolphins and the Patriots this week. Tua Tagovailoa still in concussion protocol.
Yeah, and Mike McDaniel is meeting with the media right now, and he said Tua, they have determined, did in fact suffer a concussion. He's better today than he was yesterday. He was in the facility yesterday. He's back there today, but they're proceeding with Teddy Bridgewater as the starter unless something changes.
Now, you follow that team day to day. Is that his third recorded concussion this year?
Technically his second. The one against Buffalo, they didn't rule initially as a concussion. It was the one against Cincinnati where he had to be carted off. But a lot of people feel like he actually suffered a concussion in that Buffalo game when he got up and stumbled. He said it was his back. They didn't remove him from the game. This one was one that the monitors didn't even notice, but now they're saying that he did suffer a concussion. So it's a scary situation for him.
But 3 concussions in a short period of time.
If indeed he did have 3, yeah, that's super alarming. It's at least 2.
Yeah.
But most people feel like it was actually 3, and one of them just went undiagnosed in the Buffalo game. But it's led a lot of people to question, A, whether or not any team in the NFL could go long-term with Tua. Like, could you give him a long-term deal just based on this? And 2, whether or not even it's in his best interest to continue playing the game. A lot of questions about his future right now, no doubt.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of who is the one quarterback that is that his career ended because of concussions. When you think of concussions and quarterbacks.
Well, when I think of concussions and career ending, I think of Luke Kuechly. I mean, that's the most obvious one, but he was a linebacker.
Wasn't Troy Aikman?
Yeah, I mean,
Troy had a lot, but that was a different time.
Yeah, that's back before. I think if we were playing with today's rules, Troy Aikman probably doesn't finish his career, Rockstar, because he did have a lot of
Steve Young seemed like he had a few.
I think he had a few, yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot more than we even realize now. You know, I think Terry Bradshaw had a lot, didn't he?
Yeah. That turf
but
they
you just
played on.
through. Yeah, you played through them then.
Yeah, it's a different time, and we'll see if Tua plays this weekend, if he comes back this year at all, and what his future holds down there. But a big game for them. On the other side of that race, the Jets' Mike White will come back. He'll start coming out of 2 weeks out of concussion protocol for Mike White.
Yeah, I mean, they've given up, obviously, after that Thursday night game. It appears they're ready to move on at quarterback.
I was right on Steve Young. Bob said Steve Young had several. Ryan said that's what ended Steve Young's career.
Favre, too. Yeah, Brett Favre said he had a lot. Took a lot of hits because he ran so much.
Yeah, said he had 1,000.
Yeah.
Had thousands. Ashley, unpopular opinion as an Alabama fan, I've always felt TT is a bit precious. That would be
Tua.
It
may be an unpopular opinion, but it's a widely held one. A lot of people think, and look, he's never played a full season, so he's giving you every bit of evidence. I just hesitate. Like, injuries are one thing. I hate to lump concussions in with that too, you know? Like, you could say a guy is soft or he's injury prone. Concussions just seem like they're in a different category. This is not, he hurt his ankle, he hurt his knee, he hurt his arm, he hurt his shoulder. I mean, these are, to me, I just put that in a different category when it comes to a guy being injury prone. But look, he's still off the field, whether it's in a different category or not.
Yeah. Sam Hartman had a rib removed, came back and played this year for Wake Forest, and is looking to play somewhere else, likely Notre Dame. Different kind of injury.
You got a lot of ribs.
Yeah,
I mean, you sacrifice
baby back. You got.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Who was it? Who was it that had the baby back? Chili's, right?
Yeah. You want them, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. When we come back, we will continue the conversation about college football and Rockstar's viewing menu. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. Was just talking to Forrester. Walking back from the bathroom, he and I are about to start a little weight challenge.
Oh, here we go. Y'all going to start that?
In 2023. He's ready to start today.
Right.
Yeah, because
weight training's tomorrow. We got to start Friday.
That's right, yes. Yeah. You want to make sure.
Yeah. I got to get through this weekend first. I want one more weekend of sloppy chili dogs and watching football. Go by and give me some Champy's world famous fried chicken. I got to eat some pie. I got to eat my, collards and black-eyed peas on New Year's Day. Cornbread. I got to get through all that, and then I can get back on my Way to Wellness plan and beat Forrester. Who, if I said Forrester went straight a league of your own in the bathroom recently, what would that mean?
Who peed the longest?
It was.
This is great.
Like the longest.
Scott, are you cool with this information being shared on the show?
I guess I better be.
Like I had already started. Forrester walked in and said, "What's up, Dunaway?" I washed my hands twice because I touched my nose, went back, washed my hand, wiped off, and then had a conversation with Forrester, and he finally stopped peeing.
Well, if there's one thing I learned in last year's weight challenge, drinking a lot of water is
it's a big part of the diet.
It's very effective.
Yeah, you should drink water anyway. It keeps you looking young. I don't drink enough water, Rockstar. It does. It helps your skin. What's that word I'm looking for? Stretchiness. The
tone of your skin?
Elasticity.
That's the word I'm looking for. Our friends at Way to Wellness can help you with all this stuff and a lot more. Get your blood pressure and cholesterol numbers in check, too. Leslie, her board-certified team over there waiting to talk to you. Just go to this website, planforme.com, planforme.com, and you'll get all the details. But here's what you need to know. A, no contract. So you're not locked into anything like the Broncos are to Russell Wilson. 2, you have no sign-up fees. And 3, the first consultation with Leslie is free, so no out-of-pocket money. Before you sit there and find out that, hey, I like this plan, I can do this plan. It's Way to Wellness, a journey to healthy living. The website, again, is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. More of TNR when we come back.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, And don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jordan Battle yesterday accepted an invitation to go play in the Senior Bowl. 9 current Alabama players will be in the Senior Bowl.
That's a lot, man.
Jordan Battle, Henry Toa, DeMarco Helms, Tyler Steen, DJ Dell, Byron Young, Emil Ekiyor, Cameron Latu, and Will Reichard will be there. Reichard not coming back. He made it official again yesterday. I think he's announced that twice now.
Has he?
That he's headed to the NFL.
We didn't believe it the first time.
Will Reichard is not going to play his final year of eligibility in Tuscaloosa and go to the NFL. It'll be interesting to see if he gets drafted or if he will just sign on as a unrestricted free agent.
It's hard for kickers to get drafted, obviously, and kicker jobs do not turn over a lot in the NFL. Really good kickers play really long times in the NFL. But this guy's been really, really good.
We drafted a punter last year, the kid from Texas A&M, Carmada, I think is his name.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing a heck of a job.
Oh, he's had to punt a lot for you.
He's had to punt a ton.
Yes.
So his leg is actually a 4-year veteran now. Rockstar's viewing menu every day brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Do you think that the Superdome, I don't know if it'll get a Daniel Amore treatment this go around, but do you think that of all the venues he's painted from, that's got to be one of the top ones?
Well, the
goal
line
stand. I think the Ogilvy painting is from there. You got Stallings on the shoulders. Didn't he do one on George Teague chasing the guy down? Didn't he do that?
Yep.
Or was that all in one?
It was all in one thing with Stallings.
Yeah. He's done a lot from there.
Yeah,
New
at least
Life
3
Art.
different ones.
Yeah. Bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel Amore for more than 40 years. DanielMoreArt.com, a Rockstar.
You know, tonight at 7 p.m. on CBS, you have the 45th Annual Kennedy Center Honors. Let's see if you can guess. I got 4 of the highlights. See if you can guess one.
All music groups?
No. 3 music groups. 1 celebrity.
I'm going to say ABBA.
Okay. Nope.
I know the answer to one.
Don't be condescending about it.
I know one is Amy Grant.
Amy Grant is one.
Really?
Yeah.
She's had a good career.
U2, Amy Grant, Gladys Knight, and George Clooney.
George Clooney.
How about that? That's a good lineup.
And then 9:50 on HBO tonight, there's a movie called Barbarian that was a huge hit at the theaters. I saw it, wasn't a big fan, but it's not what you think when you think of the movie Barbarian. You think it's Conan and stuff like that. But it's a girl that gets an Airbnb, and it's double booked with another guy. She's stranded. She has to stay there.
Love ensues.
He's Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah.
No, but something ensues. There's something wrong with the house.
Oh no!
And
bad plumbing.
So it's a little bit of a thriller horror story. But Barbarian, 9:50 on HBO.
I'll tell you, one of the cooler moments I have seen in music happened at the Kennedy Center. When was it? The girl from Heart,
Nancy Wilson.
Nancy Wilson was singing Led Zeppelin.
She did "Stairway to Heaven," and Page and Plant were still there, and Robert Plant started crying.
Yeah, started crying. I mean, think about how good you have to be to make Robert Plant hear someone sing his own song and cry. And that's what happened. It was a really cool moment. And she tore it up now.
She did. She's an amazing singer.
Yeah.
That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. We've got more football coming up later on. I got 4 downs. Well, I'll ask you a question as well about Denzel Washington. It's his birthday today. That's coming up in 4 downs as well. That's still to come on the show, as is Todd Fuhrman and Andy Kennedy. I did want to update you on a stake bet that is in play tonight. I don't know if LT is recovered enough from the flu to realize this, but if Lane Kiffin can get a win tonight, that would give us that magical 9th win twice at Ole Miss.
So you got bowl games in that too, huh?
Yeah. I get just 9 wins. So a big game tonight. If Ole Miss can win against Texas Tech, that'll give Lane that 9th win. That would win me another stake there.
Look at Scott with the lights. How are you feeling about Lane potentially leaving on his own accord for another job, though, now?
that is starting
That's
to
another
trouble me
stigma,
now.
yeah.
Starting to trouble me a little
Because
bit.
even if he I guess if he retires, you win that one. I don't know. But if he continues to have success there.
I think it's take another job because of his success at Ole Miss is the way it's worded.
All right. Well, that would be bad. Retirement's not a job.
Yeah, I was counting. That was 3-1. I was counting on that a lot. That was going to pay off when he went to Auburn, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, but to your point there on the wins, he's got them back up to the level Hugh Freeze had them. I mean, that appeared to be the gold standard of Ole Miss football, and people wondered if you could ever get a coach that would reach the heights that Hugh Freeze had it before he messed it up. And Lane Kiffin has done that. I don't think you can argue that, can you?
No, he's done a tremendous job. I just worry that we will look back at the Auburn coaching search as the
turning point,
the dividing line, the equator of his career at Ole Miss, and that's where he made a bad public relations move by that being so open and staying. That ends up being his downfall at Ole Miss.
Well, because it led to probably somewhat directly a loss to Mississippi State, which they don't forget those. And then you back that up with a poor recruiting showing on the initial signing day. You know, now you got to hit the transfer portal and see he's gotten the receiver out of Texas A&M, but you got to see what you get out of the transfer portal.
Now, the few recruits they did have, he had a handful of 4 stars.
Seven 4 stars.
Yeah, so only, I think, 12 signees, but 7 of them were legit, really high-quality players for Ole Miss.
And I just don't know. I haven't really looked. I was out on vacation during signing day. I haven't looked how much is left out there for this second signing day. I don't know that there's a whole lot of guys left out there.
It's really about the portal now for him.
Yeah, so it's really hitting that portal the way he did last year. And by the way, he had a lot of success out of that. You had a good hit in recruiting with Judkins, who's one of the best running backs in the conference. You know, the quarterback that started for him all year, both good and bad, was Jackson Dart, who he got out of the portal. So he had portal success.
That Steak Bet Update brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop, your place to get the aged prime certified Angus beef steaks and roasts that we use here on the show. 2 great locations, Cahaba Heights and Greystone on Highway 119. You stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in the certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken, and a lot more. Those specially prepared dishes you get there as well. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches and catering options available with our friends at New York Butcher. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and Greystone on Highway 119.
Do you think the NFL could do almost anything they want on TV and people will watch in large numbers?
Yeah, for the most part.
Were you guys aware that during the Rams-Seahawks game on Christmas Day,
of which I watched...
Oh, it was a terrible game.
Maybe 1 or 2 plays.
Terrible game. They were doing the simulcast on Nickelodeon, the slime game that they've done over the years. Did you even know that was going on?
I did not.
I saw a highlight of the starfish.
Yeah, Patrick was killing Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I didn't know that Patrick was so mean.
How many people do you think watch that? What would be a guess? What would be a good number of it? Now, this is an NFL game that's on CBS. And it's also on Nickelodeon, basically for kids.
Oh, it would
6 million.
It would blow my mind if it was more than 2 million.
It was 1 million, which I thought was impressive.
Yeah.
Obviously,
well, you're building it up it's like it's massive.
Well, my God, it's 1 million people, Rockstar. Yeah. They're sliming people. I can't believe 1 million people watch that.
That is about the number for the USFL, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of sports that can't do a normal broadcast to get 1 million people.
That's
and
right.
A crappy game on Nickelodeon got 1 million people. That was my point.
Do you have Birmingham Bowl numbers?
No, not yet. I won't have those till next week.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find them, but I don't
just
yet.
Those bowl numbers from yesterday, and this is why we have 43 bowl games. The Montgomery Bowl yesterday at 11 o'clock, the Birmingham Bowl yesterday at 5:45, the other game in the afternoon, Memphis won. Those will all draw somewhere between 1.8 and 2.4 million viewers.
Yeah, I mean, to put it in perspective, Dunaway, the Wake Forest, Missouri game was the most watched bowl game of last week, 3.5 million viewers.
Yeah.
Wake Forest, Missouri.
Yeah, 3.5 million.
You couldn't play that game on a Saturday and get 3.5 million.
No, so that's why we have so many bowl games there. Another hour of the show coming up, brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Tom Luginbill has already been on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. You can get it podcasted at our website and everywhere else.
I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator. Go see America in an RV from Johnston RV Center in 2023. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, time to talk a little bit more about the college football playoffs coming up this weekend. Great breakdown of Alabama, Kansas State from Tom Luginbill, who will be on the call this week. Already podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com and wherever you get audio or video from our show, including YouTube, also on Apple, Odyssey, and a lot more. Wherever you get your podcast, go check those out. Remember to like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up wherever you're watching or listening to us. Right now, Jim Dunaway and Ryan Brown. LT is off today, still dealing with a little bit of an illness. He'll be back shortly. We've got Rockstar, Tyler the intern, Lunsford, and Forrester all back there, and Taylor Korn working through the holidays on social media at Next Round Live. Again, follow, like, and subscribe wherever you get us, especially on Twitter right now. This week's a big push. I'm trying to get us up on Twitter this week.
Oh, yeah?
It's my big push.
What are you willing to give?
Before Twitter goes away, I just want us to.
Is Twitter dying?
No,
Elon's not going to let it die. He's got too much money.
Southwest is buying it.
Yeah. Did Elon buy Southwest? Is that what happened?
Could have.
Yeah.
What if
at Next Round Live, though, on Twitter.
Good time for Southwest to come out and advertise how few. I don't think they've ever had a plane crash.
Wow. I never try to bring that up, but that is true, right?
Oh, my God, they can't get them off the ground now. I don't think there's a huge risk.
They're playing the security game now. They're trying to protect the lead.
They're taking knees.
Victory formation, guys. Victory formation. Oh, that's not gonna age well.
Yeah.
That's not gonna age well, Rockstar.
Yep.
All right, let's do the headlines this hour. Brought to you by our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Next week, y'all want Sterling to bring chicken next week?
Yeah.
2 weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. When everybody gets back in and healthy.
Don't give me a thumbs up, diet boy, on the back row. Forrester giving me, oh yeah, thumbs up. Bring it up here. What would you eat?
He's got grilled chicken.
Okay.
That's right.
Some grilled chicken, man.
No, I want the tamales, man. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. That's what I think of first when I think of Champy's world famous fried chicken. But the great Southern fried chicken plates, all the sides, the po' boys, and a lot more. Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and dinner right now. Swing by and say hi to them. In your headlines, Alabama and Mississippi State tonight, starting SEC play in basketball. For Alabama, it's the highest they've been ranked going into SEC play since 2003.
Was that the year they reached number one? At one point in the season, I think it was, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. They did not win the SEC that year, though. Kentucky did.
They reached number one, and it didn't go well after that.
But 2003 was the last time they entered SEC play this highly ranked. It's the first time since 2005 that Alabama and Mississippi State are both ranked at the same time when they play each other.
Wow. So that goes back to Godfrey Stansbury.
Yeah,
huh?
those were good rivalries back then.
It was a fun rivalry then. Yeah, it really was.
The fans, the coaches, the players.
Nobody liked ED back then.
They did not like. There was hate in the stadium every time they played each other. Florida and Auburn tonight down at Neville, 6 o'clock for that one. 25 straight home wins for Auburn at Neville Arena. They have won 25 straight games. I think that's fifth in the country. Longest home win streaks. Gonzaga's way out, like 73 straight, and you get to some normal teams. I think Auburn's one behind Kentucky in the national win streak ratings right now.
So it's how many in a row?
25 in a row.
So when you pull up Auburn's schedule, and I know you're about to run through it here for us, but when you pull up Auburn's schedule and look,
we'll get to it
in a second.
We're about to talk.
There's a big one coming up.
We're about to talk about basketball predictions, and when I'm asked to do something up here, I catch some heat for doing it. But I was given an assignment. But 4 games today in football, the bowl games. Gus and UCF take on Duke at 1 o'clock on ESPN. Kansas and Arkansas at 4:30. Oregon and North Carolina, Bo Nix's Oregon team, 7 o'clock on Fox tonight. We talked to Joel Klatt, who will be on the call of that game tonight on Fox 6 here locally. And then 8 o'clock tonight, ESPN, Texas Tech and Ole Miss doing a little bit of a battle there tonight. So a lot of fun action happening today in sports. And we'll get to some of the playoff conversation, too. C.J. Stroud and Ohio State recruited by the Georgia Bulldogs. It came down to Ohio State or Georgia for C.J. Stroud. He ended up picking the Ohio State Buckeyes. And he has a conversation with the media yesterday about what the LSU offense was able to do to the Georgia defense in the SEC championship game. Here's C.J. Stroud.
We got to play Buckeye football, though. LSU did what LSU did. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're not just going to let us drop back and just do what we want to do. So, I'm pretty sure that they've been watching film on us, make sure that that's something that they stop. And they probably think, I don't know what they think, but I know that's probably what the outside world thinks, is that since LSU got to throw the ball against them really well, that we'll just go out there and do it. I'm pretty sure that they'll have a plan for that, and we'll have to be on our game just as better as they are. So that was good for LSU, but we got to go play Buckeye football and make sure it happens on Saturday for us.
And I'll go back to what we talked about yesterday, and CJ sort of hinting to this. LSU was able to do that in part because they were behind 35-7. Right, Georgia at that point playing very differently.
Yeah, you pointed that out, but also Georgia, that secondary has struggled at times this year. Where do you think they rank nationally in pass defense? This is based on yards per game allowed.
To me, the key is they only allowed 169 to Tennessee when they had to have it.
That is true.
Right, so they played a great game in that one.
Yep.
They held Bo Nix and Oregon in check. But I'm going to say they rank 21st against the pass.
49th, which is now there is. I want to do a caveat with this one, but 49th, 215 a game. That's what they give up. 11 touchdowns, 10 picks. So, I mean, those aren't spectacular numbers by any stretch of the imagination. Good enough to be 49th in the country. That said, one of the reasons that people will pass that much on them is they can't run on them.
Can't run on them, and oftentimes you're already behind.
Yeah, that's right. You're playing from behind. You can't run, and so it does. I think you got to have a caveat with that, because rush defense-wise, where do you think they rank? That'd be numero uno.
Number one.
That's right. Only 5 rushing touchdowns they've given up all year, 76 yards. So that's the challenge for Ohio State, as C.J. Stroud was talking about right there. They can make you one-dimensional very, very easily. You got to have a balanced offense, and that's really hard to do against Georgia.
I think Ohio State has a chance in this one. And I was just talking to Taylor about New Year's Eve plans, and she's got plans. I was asked to do something yesterday, and I told Maggie, you can go. I can join you around 11:15, but I ain't going. I'm going to be watching Georgia and Ohio State. I'm not sure the people who are inviting you over to their house to have a party on New Year's Eve realize that the college football playoffs are on yet. I mean, that's slipping up on people, I believe.
So what would they have on, you think? The Ryan Seacrest deal?
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't want to watch it.
Moon pie drop?
I don't want to watch it with other people, right?
Yeah.
I want to watch it
I'm with you.
In a football-friendly environment.
Yep, I'm with you. And that game could go late. I mean, if you've got New Year's Eve plans, don't be prepared for this game to go to 11:15 or so.
Yeah, about 11:15 is what I said.
Yeah.
I can make the short drive over to that location. You can go there all night.
Just in time for the ball to drop.
I'll get there in time to give you a nice little kiss at midnight, which is a
Nice
tradition,
little
right?
kiss.
That's a tradition, right? Everybody kisses at midnight.
Yeah, I kiss my wife at midnight.
I don't think we were, the past 2 or 3 years, I don't think we were up at midnight.
But if you're just at a random bar, like who's single up here? Tyler, the intern, is single.
Yeah, all right.
Taylor, the social media director, is single.
That's right.
Lance technically is single, but he's got a roommate.
Uh-huh.
But if you're at a random bar at midnight, you kiss, right? When it becomes midnight, somebody kisses somebody, right? You find somebody to kiss. Young Tyler.
Out by 9.
Tyler with the old man vibes.
If LT was here, he would say, Tyler, you know what we need to do? We need to do a dating contest here on the air with you and find you a date at the Floribama.
Let me ask you this: in your single days, were you at a bar and kissed somebody at midnight?
Oh, all the time.
I never did it once.
That was one of the reasons that was fun on New Year's Eve to go out.
You knew you were getting kissed?
Random kisses.
Just go to a sports bar.
Random kisses at sports bar. Yeah.
Happy New Year, Fred.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It was a great icebreaker.
No, I mean, I'm aware of the tradition. I don't know if you just randomly do it. Like, I mean, you've got a little build up there, right? Like, you didn't just turn and kiss the girl next to you.
Are you doing multiple girls too? Like, is it just I got my eye on Sandy? Or
it was the free love 90s Rockstar. Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. Was there any shrapnel? Was there any build up to it, or did you just like, I'm standing next to this girl, we're kissing, it's midnight?
Sometimes a little both. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's make that another Cowan Equipment poll question. Have you randomly kissed another person in a bar at midnight on New Year's Eve? Yes or no?
I think that's a good question, yeah.
Yeah. Randomly kissed anybody, random person at a bar that you didn't know on midnight at New Year's Eve. We'll make that another poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. You can go do that right there. Taylor running out of one meeting to send out a poll question.
Shaking her head at the process like, what are these idiots talking about?
Well, she's got plans, and I was like, hey, you will be dodging. You'll be dodging people trying to kiss you at midnight. She said, no way. I'll be watching the football game. Yeah. So football on New Year's Eve. Don't get
Speaking
caught.
of kissing,
don't get caught with your pants down, so to speak. Part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Odie's. We've got a Tonight is trivia night again, Rockstar. Tell us another one about Odie's tonight.
Well, it's trivia night. Me, usually Lance, but he's down, so Brown's going to replace him tonight.
That's right.
With, me and Will Haver, we're going to do some trivia. We're going to do this or that. Who is older, true or false?
No LT rapping tonight. Will Brown rap?
Nope. Rockstar will do the music tonight.
Oh, no rapping tonight, unfortunately,
Nope.
but it starts a little after 8 o'clock. Odie's in Crestline Village.
You'll have to take it off the Will tonight then. No LT
I took
rapping.
it off last week. Somebody got mad at it, but still.
All right. So, listen, I got asked by Taylor, say, Dunaway, you know what we need to do? I'm going to build a graphic. You predict the SEC basketball record for Alabama and Auburn.
Do you know how hard this is to do? Because you go game by game, go one loss.
It is impossible to do.
No, I mean, this is like trying to do this in the NFL, basically.
Right. But everybody does it when they look at the schedule, right? But some of the heat I've taken from this, and Taylor's like, I just didn't know people would get upset at you. If you don't pick, Alabama to be 18-0 or Auburn to be 18-0, people are going to be upset at you.
Yeah, welcome to our job, Taylor.
Yeah, and that happens anytime you make predictions. But these are just predictions. And I don't know if you pay attention, most people's predictions are rarely right. But Taylor said, hey, it'll be good social media content. So here is my Alabama prediction on the SEC schedule this year. I will tell you graphically, we did leave out one LSU game, which I think is on the 14th of January here. Count that as a W. Here you go.
Never easy starting on the road, but I have Alabama winning a close one at Starkville, then beating Ole Miss, and then finding a way to beat Kentucky and a close one at home. Give Bama a 3-0 start. January 11th at Arkansas will be my first projected loss for Alabama. Then it's a win streak to start 8-1 in the SEC until a loss at LSU. February 11th and 15th are road games at Auburn and at Tennessee. A split is always good in this situation. After that, the Tide wins their last 5 to finish 15-3
My gosh.
as SEC champs. My projection, a 2 seed in the NCAA tournament.
So 15-3 is a enormously successful SEC season.
Oh, you think 15-3 and a 2 seed? Alabama would take that right now and not even toss the ball up.
But you know who was 15-3 last year?
Who, Jim?
And a 2 seed? Auburn was. You know what Auburn had last year? 2 first-round NBA drafts.
They did. They had.
You know what Alabama has this year?
What's that?
2 NBA first-round draft picks.
That's true.
And Brandon Miller and Clowney. So
now Clowney and Kessler aren't the same guy, but there is a lot of Brandon Miller and Jabari Smith that's a lot alike.
There are, and you're right. Kessler and Clowney play different games.
Yeah, they're not the same guy.
But both NBA quality games.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're not both NBA guys. I'm just saying you can't compare those two, but you can draw a comparison at times between Miller and Jabari Smith. They play a similar game.
Okay, so some heat from Alabama fan who did not want me to landmine the basketball team by saying they'd go 15-3
and a 2 seed and win the conference. Yeah. All those things, right?
I understand that. A lot more from Auburn fans, me saying, 15-3 Alabama, Jimmy Homer.
Well,
totally understand that. I'm just filling out an assignment from Taylor,
yeah,
my boss.
Well, but you believe it.
I do believe it. It's a good basketball team. If they stay healthy, if they don't get any more injuries, this is a good basketball team.
The reaction I have seen here on Twitter during the show today is a lot of people upset you gave Bama the sweep over Auburn.
That is another one, but winning down at Auburn is a rarity for Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, you just pointed out Auburn's home win streak here.
They won't have that win streak by the time Alabama goes there.
Okay. But they're still good there.
Here's the Auburn prediction, and this really made Auburn fans upset.
Auburn is still searching for their offensive identity, but that Bruce Pearl's signature defense gets them off to a 2-0 start in the SEC. Then a rare loss at Neville Arena to Arkansas. I have Auburn also losing on the road in Baton Rouge in January. The rest of the schedule is as tough as it gets in the SEC. Home and homes with Alabama and Tennessee and a trip to Rupp Arena. My projection for Auburn, 11-7 in the SEC this year and a 7 seed in the NCAA tournament.
I actually don't have a problem with that. I think you're too high on Alabama. I don't think they've got a good – based on them without Namari Burnett.
A2, Brown? Are you two going to do this?
Oh, no.
But based on Alabama, I think they're a better team than Auburn. But based on Alabama without Namari Burnett, who I didn't realize was going to be this big of a loss, they have not been the same defensive team without him. You'll grant me that, right?
Yeah, against Memphis and Gonzaga.
Well, those are good teams, obviously. No. But Gonzaga shot like 75% from the field in the second half. You could have used a little defense there.
Fact check, 74%.
Fact check. I think you're a little too high on Alabama. I actually don't have a problem with the Auburn prediction there at 11-7. I mean,
I mean, look at
11 to 7, 12. It's a tough schedule.
Just the still shot. Pull up that one that's on the screen there. I mean, Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, Alabama, Tennessee. That's 5 games against top 10 teams.
No, I know. It's a tough schedule for Auburn. Actually, I don't have a problem with your Auburn prediction.
And 3 of those 5 are on the road.
I think you're too high on Alabama. Now, as Ruffin points out, we have not seen Alabama with Dom Welch. And that's a good point. I mean, he got snowed in Buffalo just trying to get back for this game.
That's right.
So maybe Dom Welch changes that, and they will get Namari Burnett back. But I think you're a touch too high with 15-3.
Alabama could very easily lose tonight. I've said that 3 times on the show now, which is only going to open up a floodgate of comments tomorrow on Twitter. Oh, 15-3. They've already lost 1.
I would give Alabama, if Taylor had asked me to do this, I think I probably would have found Alabama at 13-5. And I think you got Auburn about right.
So 13-5
No,
is
that's
going to be
really,
what?
really good. 13-5 is you're in contention for the conference. You probably don't win it. And you're probably a 3 or 4 seed, depending on, what the wins are.
Josh says, if Nick Smith is still out, does Arkansas beat Auburn and Neville? Probably not, but I expect Nick Smith to only miss this game in the SEC tonight and then be back from Missouri this weekend. But, I don't coach the team.
Now, Craig in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, this is just Auburn grad Taylor trying to fade the Crimson Tide here. She baited Jimmy Dunaway into fading the Tide.
So recent Auburn grad Taylor has set up the landmine by giving me this assignment.
That's right. She just pulled the pin on the old landmine right there. It's ticking, baby.
Jay Price, hold up. Jimmy Alabama's too high on Alabama?
I know.
I'll say that one. Is there too high? Is there such a thing as too high? Blake, way too high on Alabama. February Stars, that and Alabama can't draw up a high percentage jump shot play, threes or nothing for them. So those comments about basketball, which gets started tonight. I wish the SEC schedule had started last night. I like today's bowl football schedule a lot, and I like this basketball. It is multiple TV night in the sports room for sure. That's what'll be happening tonight. A lot of good sports on at the same time happening this evening. All right, Rockstar has produced our our trash on the table. Brownie will read that when we come back on the other side. I've got the 4 downs later on. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's wants to get you ready for the upcoming grass growing season.
866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. Make sure you use code TNR when you call. And when you jump on that EnviroLawn, they take care of your lawn 12 months a year, not just the months where it's green. It's important now to make sure it's got the proper nutrients and pre-emergents in the soil, in the root system. And EnviroLawn does that. When you use code TNR, we're going to pay for your first month's service. That's right. You're going to get 12 months for the price of 11. Code TNR on EnviroLawn at checkout when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our friends at Slice want to remind you that they've got lunch options that are through the roof. That includes a salad and slice or a salad and two slice with daily specials every day. They got the cheese and pepperoni every day, but the spicy Hawaiian or whatever you want on specials throughout the work week. You can stop by there Monday through Friday. I mean, that's a good lunch, you have to admit.
It's phenomenal.
To go by there. Great beer selection as always. They make an unbelievable cheesecake there specialty cheesecake there on the premise. They've got take-home pizza kits for just $13. You can take home all the slice items and make your own pizza at the house for only $13 there. A bunch of great items with our friends at Slice Pizza, Lakeview, the original, also in Vestavia and Montevallo, and new ones coming very soon as Slice continues to grow into 2023, and we love those folks over at Slice Pizza. In the chat room, you guys are talking about Nate Oates in Texas at some point. Chris Beard still has his job still suspended indefinitely without pay because of his arrest. He's got a January 18th court date next scheduled about that felony arrest, but his fiancée has come back and said that she did not want him arrested, does not want the charges pressed, and that some of the stuff that she had told officers, she now says is not true. She recanted some of her statements.
It was a weird time, though. They released that at 7 p.m. on the 23rd, Friday night, the 23rd, 7 o'clock, going into the Christmas weekend.
Right.
Which, in old school terms, that's what they used to call the old news dump.
That's right.
Dump it when everybody's off and shut down and nobody's paying attention. That doesn't really work anymore because of social media. Stuff doesn't get lost like that. but it was just a weird time to release it. If you're trying to maximize the people that see it, you probably don't do it at that moment.
But it also set up the time where the Austin Police Department spokespeople and the district attorney spokespeople could not respond to any questions from the media until this week.
Yeah.
So everyone's still watching Texas to see if Chris Beard comes back. But that's why you guys are saying that, Nate Oates will be looking at Texas. Alabama's record will fall off near the end. I don't know that to be true, but don't kid yourself if you think nobody's going to ever come after Nate Oates. For instance, a couple of days ago, I love this follow. If you love crazy message board follows, Message Board Geniuses on Twitter.
It is pretty funny.
Is a wonderful follow. He just brings great message board conversations, sort of like Message Board Joe used to do back in the day. It's a great follow on Twitter. Here's one guy from Louisville who wrote this. It's a Bold Strategy Cotton is the poster. Dear Nate the Great, he writes. Calls Nate Oates Nate the Great. We love you, bro. What would it take? Look, we are in the clear of this NCAA stuff. That was all a joke anyways, am I right? We have so much money, maybe I can't say, but I bet we have enough for your desires. It looks like you're making $3.2 million a year now with your big bump. Is that right? That's not bad, but think about this. We pay Kenny Payne $3.2 million a year to never win a game. Think about it. If you were 7-1 and 8th in the country at Louisville, there was a guy that used to do that here. His last year, he made $7.7 million, bro. What if we gave you 5 and got some NIL deals in place for you? Anonymous Bros signs that there. An open letter from Louisville fans.
A lot of bro in there.
A lot of Louisville fans there looking at Nate Oates in the future. It's crazy to me. I mean, and there'll be a ton of people. And when Izzo steps down at Michigan State,
of course,
they'll come after people like Nate Oates as well.
I mean, his
Nate's
name will
winning,
be
his name
rumored.
will be everywhere.
Sure, sure. I mean, that's a good thing, though. That means he's winning big.
That's right.
That's what you want.
If he's in the NIT every year, not going to get.
What happened to your voice? Do you have that throat bubble?
You don't have helium over there?
If he's in the NIT every year.
If he's in the NIT every year.
Yeah.
You don't get those off.
He's going to get fired at Alabama if he's in the NIT every year.
You know what I love lately is how much you just, when I make a mistake, you bring it up. Like, it's just it's just crazy.
I know. I live for that.
I'll start doing it to you.
I screw up the clip from yesterday, and that just ruined a whole segment.
It really ruined the whole show.
Yeah, the Harbaugh clip.
No, it wasn't your fault. I got here after Scott. It did not happen today. I saw the sunrise today.
A photographic proof?
Yeah.
He showed it to me.
It's in our story. One other thing from practice yesterday, our buddy Chris McCulley, ABC 3340, catching this moment of Nick Saban yesterday on the practice field. Look at Nick. You think he's trying to show off that 71 doesn't bother him?
He's got better flexibility than me.
He's going through the stretches with the team. Nick on his back at the Superdome yesterday, getting that work in.
That's good at his age. You need to do that. You got to stay limber.
You just said good at his age.
Well,
man.
he's in his 70s, Jim.
Yeah.
I know he colors his hair, so you don't think that.
But he is more limber than I am.
Yeah. That's probably, you know what that's going to help right there is his golf swing.
He's working on his golf swing already?
Yeah. I think everybody thinks he's just supporting his players, but that's golf swing exercises right there.
It's golf season.
Getting ready for the off season.
He did the whole workout. I didn't know he did all of this, too.
Yeah.
Good for Nick Saban. Let's do trash, Rockstar. Hit the big button.
A Jacksonville man just won $1 million jackpot from a scratch-off.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I'd be a billionaire right now, let me tell you.
Unbelievable. My friend Ryan asked me, what are the give me 2 trash opens that consistently make you laugh. And I said, put it in reverse, Terry. That's always going to make me laugh forever. And the second one, can you think of the second? Well, no, there's 3. Do you do the Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame anymore?
Yeah.
Okay, that one makes me laugh every time.
And then the guy that climbed Everest, that he's
that's the other one I said.
The big thing is he's gay. I mean, he's gay. He's blind.
Not gay.
We used to have a good one. The beer one used to make me.
Oh yeah, we talked about that earlier.
I use that in real life. Somebody will be like, "Hey man, all I've got's IPAs. It drink good, don't it?
It drink good.
It drink pretty good, don't it?"
Surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home. Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, a temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. MortgageRight.com/TNR for more information, or call them at 815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Yeah, Lone Soldier is exactly right. You got to have something on your mind to get Jack off from scratch off, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Jacksonville
Jackpot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Off.
That's okay. I was doing Bromberg's jewelry and did birdies earlier.
Yeah, you did.
It's funny that they were talking after the break. That was the first story. So somebody had something on their mind.
Uh-oh. I didn't point out that mistake when you did it, Jim.
Oh, you did too. You laughed.
Well, I laughed. I'm sorry. You said birdie. If you want to get a engagement ring for those birdies in your life. What does that mean? There has never been a man more represented.
What?
There's never been a man more represented in trash than Florida Man, Rockstar, and he's back.
He's insane.
Florida Man does a lot in trash. Listen to this headline. Florida man beats roommate's raccoon with hammer, threatened to kill neighbor with sewing needle. That's a Florida Man headline if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
Has you ever seen a picture that just says,
Is that him? That guy does not care.
You know what that guy is? He's about 30 minutes away from just craving a bag of potato chips.
31-year-old man in Florida arrested for allegedly holding a sewing needle to his neighbor's neck and threatening to kill him before nearly beating his roommate's raccoon to death with a hammer. This is, if you're watching us a video, you're seeing Tevin Keeson Williams. He was taken into custody last week, charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault and animal cruelty. Upon arriving at the scene, first responders said they made contact with an adult female claiming to be a victim. The woman, who is one of Williams' roommates, said, whose name was redacted, by the way, said that she arrived home from work. Williams got off his scooter.
This gets better.
Yes. Walked over to her car and began punching her vehicle. She also allegedly stated that as he was damaging her car, he said, "I'm going to kill you." The woman said she was able to get out of her car, flee to her neighbor's house, where one of the neighbors told her he had just killed her raccoon. A male neighbor...
Do you have a pet raccoon?
That's what it was. A male neighbor allegedly told deputies he was sitting on his porch when Williams came over, placed a sewing needle to his throat, and said, "I am going to kill you."
Very slowly.
Show me the picture again. He definitely does not look like someone to be involved in a high-speed chase. He's going to be sitting on a porch.
Yeah.
Has he ever blown smoke in anybody's face?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. My gosh. What a mess this guy is.
We all assume he's high, right?
Oh, Florida man. I don't know. He's Florida man.
Brown, his eyeballs are about to pop out of his head.
He does appear high.
Yeah. I mean, that. If you want to see a picture of high, that is in the dictionary right next to high.
Rockstar, we got a local story here. This, done away from Huntsville, Alabama, is a statistical anomaly.
Oh, no.
No, it's great. It's a good statistical anomaly. See that beautiful couple right there? That's Cassidy and Dylan Scott. I hope one of them listens to the show. I'm going to guess Dylan of the two.
She is beautiful to have just delivered a baby as well. Just look at that great picture. Hair's made.
She could be a sister.
Holding a baby in a
Well,
hospital
she's in
bed.
the bed.
Here's the weird part about this story. Cassidy's birthday is December 18th.
That's the
It's
day
your
after,
birthday,
it's
isn't it?
day after my
Day
birthday.
after your birthday.
That's my... Oh, that's not my
No,
birthday.
it's my daughter's birthday. I didn't want to give her personal information out, but it's my daughter's birthday.
The wife, Dylan, her birthday is December 18th.
Wow.
And this beautiful baby girl was born on December 18th.
What do you do for birthdays?
I mean, that is
so
wild.
all three of them's birthdays on December 18th.
Isn't that weird?
That makes it easy.
Yeah.
Never forget it.
Out of all calendar days, including the leap day, February 29th, the two least common birthdays, now this is weird to me, are January 1 and December 25th. Do you think, I mean, you can't stop labor once you go into labor.
No, but you do a lot of inducements.
That's true. Good point.
We scheduled Harper on the 18th. We were going to be induced on the 18th so that we were not in the hospital over Christmas, but Maggie went into natural labor late on the 17th and delivered after midnight onto the 18th.
Yeah. Most common birthday is September 9th, by the way, in case you're wondering if you've got a very common birthday.
September 9th. Is that sort of after random kissing on New Year's Eve?
people love
9 months later?
Those Christmas parties and New Year's Eve
I
parties.
tell you what, you count back 9 months, and I think
That's
you got
right.
it there, Jimmy Dunaway.
That's right. So no kissing randomly on New Year's Eve unless you want to have a baby on September 9th.
September has some of the most common birth dates overall, the story says here. So I think you're onto something there. A couple holiday parties. By the way, congrats to Cassidy and Dylan Scott, Huntsville, Alabama. Beautiful baby Lennon. I like that name, Lennon. I got a friend that's got a baby named Lennon. They spell it like John.
They don't spell it like the closet.
No, they do not smell like the fabric. They smell like John Lennon.
And it gets confusing in the house. Have you bathed linen? Have you washed linen tonight?
Washed. It's not a dog.
Washed.
Speaking of babies, here are baby names that might go extinct. I'm surprised by some of these. Baby names are just like fashion trends. They come on and they drop off every year. Some have been dubbed critically endangered, though, after 2022. Some of the dying names come as no surprise. Deidre, Donald. We know a Donald. Taylor's dad's named Donald. And
you can still these as 2022.
Well, I know. I'm just saying Donald is a common name.
I know a Deidre.
I'm just saying. Okay. I'm surprised these names are dying. Rockstar.
Your boy
please.
Nigel's going away.
Piers, like Piers Morgan. He got hacked on Twitter last time, by the way.
I think the Piers and Donald are kind of connected.
Oh, Trump and Morgan, you think?
Yes.
Yeah. There were no babies. This is hard to believe. There were no babies in 2022 called Brittany with one T, Barbie, or Kelly. I don't believe that.
But we have a Brittany with two T's. They're just going to one T Brittany's.
Yeah.
Brittany with an A.
Parenting website Baby Center told the Mirror in London that once loved A-lister names have been shot down to Z-list over the last 12 months.
Yeah, but Maud's on this list every year because we've done this before at our radio gig, and Maud was on there. I mean, I've never met anybody freaking named Maud.
Oh, you got Blanche. I mean, you got Dorothy.
But Brittany, I know Brittany's. Barbie, I don't know one Barbie. I did growing up, though, Barbie Smith. Kelly, I knew a ton of Kellys. Farrah, I've never known a Farrah. Stacy, I know some Stacys. Sheila is pretty common. Never known a Deidre, I don't think.
Yeah.
Shirley's and
I knew
Maud's.
Deidre.
Nigel is Brown's car.
That's my car.
That's the only Nigel I know.
You never known a Giles?
I've never known a Giles. Quentin's usually, I know some linebackers named Quentin.
Yeah. So anyway, those names are endangered.
Yeah. I don't love any of them.
Police in Shepherdsville, Kentucky. I don't know if we're going to have a photo of this one. Do we have a photo of these last two?
We do.
Okay, good. Police in Shepherdsville, Kentucky were called to the scene of a man allegedly exposing himself outside of his home.
Oh, let's see that picture.
Well, Jim, here's the twist. It wasn't a real person. It was a Cousin Eddie yard decoration from Christmas Vacation.
Oh, okay.
When police arrived on the scene, December 21, they were relieved to find no crime was being committed just south of Louisville. It was a mannequin belonging to National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation movie superfan. And the dispatcher in Shepherdsville described the scene as a quote-unquote male standing outside. He is naked. He has a robe covering part of his body. He is exposing himself, and he has a hose between his legs.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I can walk in the yard and not be arrested with that on.
Yeah, I don't think that was worth calling the police over.
That's not being exposed.
On top of the fact that if you've ever watched Christmas Vacation, it's obvious that was a yard decoration.
The detail with the cat and
I
the
mean, it's
chair.
actually very good, to be honest with you.
But let me tell you, if you're a nosy neighbor, you need to be nosy a little longer and notice that the damn thing never moves.
Yep.
At some point, you're going to be like, you should be calling an ambulance instead of the police department.
And the robe is closed. I mean, I think he's a long way from exposing himself.
Me too.
Finally, a couple dangerously hauled a 65-inch television.
This is awesome, by the way.
Taking it home for Christmas. And when you see it, you'll see why it was so precarious. It was on a moped.
Oh, man, the wind. That thing's going to break.
I know.
It'll bend in the middle.
Bizarre sight spotted in Darwin Saturday. I think it's in Florida. We're back in Florida, aren't we?
I don't know where Darwin is.
Passenger in another car was caught off guard after spotting the moped crossing an intersection. The motorist snapped a photo showing the driver of the moped wedged between the female passenger and behind him, a box TV resting in front of him.
Is that a Samsung, though?
I can't tell.
It looks like it. I can't tell.
Yeah, it might as well break. It's gonna break when you get it to the house.
Wow.
Snobby Jim.
I mean, I've got a moped, but buddy, I'm going to go get this 65-incher. The box so large, he was forced to reach over it, stretch his arms just so he could grip the handle.
Do you think is that the definition of an impulse buy?
Yeah, I would say so. We went just to look, and we came home with a 65-inch.
Well, the delivery fee is going to be another $50. No, we got it.
Yeah, I'll put it on my moped. We're good. Yeah. Baby, you're not going to be a sweetie. You know there was an argument before, right?
It is somewhere in Florida because you can see the sock line above her heel or her ankle.
That way looking at the feet. That is Trash, presented each day by Mortgage Right. Their temporary buy-down program lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. Find out more, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Give them a call, 815-9200.
Lunsford, are you a Samsung guy? Is that why you're chiming in on the back row? And of course, Jim's a Samsung hater.
I mean, I worked for Samsung for a year, so yes.
Yeah, you notice the the brand we chose up here, right? Every one of our TVs is what?
LG.
Mitsubishi.
I didn't say LG was bad, but can't believe you're a Samsung hater.
I've got a Samsung. I've never had a problem with it.
Do you really?
Yeah, I've had a Samsung. I've had it. I don't know if I get. Yeah, I think I got two. I got two Samsung.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Last time I'll call you and question whether or not you saw it on replay or not. You're looking at a lesser TV on review.
He's going to stick to his guns.
I think that's a user error on your part.
Snob all of a
Jay
sudden.
Price says he's a fan of Samsung, so I rest my case. LG it is. We're back in a moment right here on TNR, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street. because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jay Price, that was a low blow, but I knew you could take it, man. You're hardcore over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. A lot of TV discussions over there. Apparently, you guys are not fans of Insignia. I don't even know what that is.
Well, no, he says LG makes Insignia for Best Buy. This is going to be a lunch for discussion here. But, you know, something you see that sometimes. I found that out one time, and I don't know if I can be specific here because I don't know if it's a trade secret and I'm not supposed to know. But there was a product that I really liked. It was a food product. And someone that worked for the name brand company of said food product said,
right.
you know we make that and just put it under their store brand, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, no, you don't. He goes, oh, yeah, absolutely. Our company makes that, and it's under their store brand. So if you're buying the store brand, you're getting the same exact thing you get from us at a lesser price.
Help me out, guys. There was one time, and I think Golden Flake made them, but there's a specific chip that goes to state prisons.
I'll ask my girls in Alice.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That they're so highly regarded, but you can only get them at the prisons or something
you
like
can
that.
only get them at the prisons.
Crap, this is such horse.
No, we ate some, didn't we, Rockstar? And they were delicious.
I don't know if we ate some, but I know there was a specific store that there's. Yeah, I'll find it.
There's a potato chip that you can only buy at Alabama.
It's like a tortilla chip, like for salsa.
That you can only buy at Alabama State prisons. Or you can
they only
eat.
serve them at Alabama State prisons, and you can't buy them in stores.
And Golden Flake made it.
And I thought I got it on a tour with Golden Flake is where I found out about it. It's a lot of stuff that's out there.
Well, here it is. Rockstar's got it for Mental Floss. The whole shebangs are the most popular potato chip you've never heard of. How about that? I have lived here my whole life, and I did not know this.
But apparently not made by Golden Flake, though.
Yeah, but they're only in prisons, huh?
Is the whole shebangs.
Is it worth going to jail for, you think?
It's worth a shot. You should always try
you
something.
never know till you go to jail,
What
right?
are you in for? I want to get shebang.
The whole
You're
thing.
going to.
The whole thing.
Let's see if we can pick the games today with MyBookie against the point spreads really quick. It's brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag is the website to go to there to get started. Dunaway, make sure you use promo code NEXTROUND when you hit MyBookie.ag and get that sign-up bonus. You get a bonus when you sign up. You can see more at MyBookie.ag. When you use code NEXTROUND, you get that bonus in play right away. You can win and collect very easily there at MyBookie.ag. Bowl games, college hoops, NFL, NBA, weekly blackjack tournaments. It's all right there at MyBookie.ag. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. That is MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
Well, Lunsford, don't leave the room. This is where I'm about to give my picks. You always like to hammer the other side of it. Here we go. UCF and Duke playing today. Duke -3 in this one, Brownie, against UCF +3. Is the quarterback playing for UCF? Is Plumlee playing?
I have not seen whether he is or not today, Jim. I'm not going to be able to help you on that one. I think I go UCF in this one.
You go UCF? Let's
Yeah.
see here. Plumlee. I'm going to take Duke and give the 3. Though.
Okay.
Is that a bad play?
I just took UCF.
I'm going to take
I
Duke
mean,
and give
all
the
these
3.
bowl games are bad plays. It's exhibition games. Who knows?
Point spread, Arkansas -2.5 against Kansas.
I think I like Arkansas in this one. I'm going to go SEC power.
A lot of chalk, but I like Arkansas
Yeah,
too.
-2.5.
Oregon -13.5 against North Carolina. 13.5. Oregon favored in that one tonight.
I think Oregon wins. North Carolina backdoor covers this one at that 13.5 there. So give me North Carolina catching those points. Oregon wins, though.
Plumlee still hurt, says Josh.
Yeah, fun game, that one, by the way, Oregon and North Carolina tonight.
A lot of points, over under 74.5. That's up from 70.5 where it opened, so it's continued to be bet up. And Klatt told us to bet the over in that one yesterday. I like Oregon to win that one.
I do too. North Carolina covers them.
My lock I gave you yesterday was Texas Tech +3.5. You like Ole Miss minus their 3.5 or +3.5?
Boy, this is a tough one. think I would take Texas Tech in this one as well, plus the 3.5.
Yeah. Money line would be interesting, too. Do you think Texas Tech can win? I'll save that for 4 downs.
Oh, okay.
I've got a 4-down question on that. Let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations, actually 5 locations now, with the one in Pell City that's on board.
Yeah, we trust Vulcan Tire and Automotive with our family vehicles. That's the highest recommendation we could give. I mean, my kid, my wife, they're driving their vehicle. Somebody's going to fix it right. That's who I trust with it. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. VulcanTireandAuto.com. Not just the tires, everything from brakes, alignments, anything under the hood. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, forget point spreads. Just winning the game straight up. The SEC 2-0 today, 1-1 or 0-2. You got Ole Miss and Texas Tech.
1-1.
Arkansas is, of course, taking on Kansas. You say 1-1.
I think Arkansas wins. Texas Tech wins.
I'm going to go 1-1 as well. I'll go same way for both of those. Why do we think Ole Miss is going to lose?
I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point, Jim.
Yeah, let's do second down.
Second down.
SEC basketball starts today. How many road teams lose tonight? I'll give you the schedule. Tennessee's at Ole Miss. Kentucky's at Missouri. Florida's at Auburn. Alabama's at Mississippi State. Arkansas's at LSU. How many road teams lose?
Florida will lose at Auburn, and boy, I'm inclined to say Alabama loses at State. Now, I'll just say the one. Florida loses at Auburn.
I'm going to go 2. Alabama losing at Mississippi State's a real possibility.
Yeah, it's basically a pick 'em.
Somewhere else, somebody else will lose. I'll go 2, but one's a given. Florida will lose at Auburn tonight.
Third down.
Over under in Kentucky and Iowa at 31.5 when they play on Saturday. You will not watch 1 second of this game because what's happening on the other channel.
It's head-to-head with Bama and Kansas State, and on top of that, it's Iowa playing Kentucky.
Right. And in this game, neither starting quarterback, not that the starting quarterbacks were that good, but neither starting quarterbacks in the game. And in some situations, you may have third and fourth string quarterbacks being forced into action. They will empty out the quarterback rooms in the Kentucky and Iowa game.
And those are not good rooms, by the way.
They are not good rooms. Over, under 31.5.
As crazy as it sounds, I think I'd take the under here. I mean, 31.5 is an insanely low college football total.
Yep.
I think I would take the under. Fuhrman coming up soon.
I would take under 31.5. We'll talk to Fuhrman at the top of the hour about maybe one of the lowest point total unders you can get.
That game starts, I think, an hour after Alabama and Kansas State starts. Do you think it'll catch the Alabama-Kansas State game time-wise? I think they start an hour apart.
That's a good question because
it'll be. I mean, that'll
first
be
of all more commercials in the Sugar Bowl game.
Yep.
So longer commercial break, and then them running the ball so much that they will probably catch up in time. You're exactly right.
I mean, that's crazy to think about. I got to make sure I'm right about that, but I think they start an hour apart.
You're correct.
Nah, crap, they're both noon. Well, that's
noon Eastern, right?
Noon Eastern, 11 Central. I'm sorry, yeah.
Fourth down.
And finally, in fourth down, today is Denzel Washington's 68th birthday. Happy birthday, Denzel. Your favorite Denzel Washington movie is what?
Oh, the one that got it started for me was Glory, where he won the
Very
Best
good.
Supporting Actor nomination.
Man just won his shoes, Rockstar. That's all he wanted.
Lance would always say Training Day. I thought it was okay.
Training Day, he was nominated and won Best Actor for that.
I absolutely love him as Greasy Bear. That's one of my favorite movies of all time, Man on Fire.
Critically slammed. It was a great movie.
Yeah, but I loved it.
American Gangster. He was
very good American Gangster.
Played a really great role in Malcolm X, right? He played Malcolm, didn't he?
He did, and he played the Hurricane.
Yeah.
He's got so many good films.
Wasn't he the overserved pilot in that Upside Down movie?
Yes, Flight.
Flight.
That's a great film.
Yeah.
If you like Crimson Tide, the submarine movie, which you do, Dunaway plays a good role in that.
You do? I do.
I never saw Remember the Titans. I know Lunsford's a huge fan.
It's really good.
Yeah, Remember the Titans is okay.
My big takeaway always from Crimson Tide, Brown, you have the con. They always turn over.
Love to say that.
Is it con or com? I always get confused.
Con.
C-O-N?
With an N, yes.
Okay. The controls.
No, I think I would have to go Man on Fire.
Oh, Book of Eli, too.
Yeah.
Such a good actor. Happy birthday, Denzel. That's 4 downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, everything. Under the hood, tires, brakes, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And also our friends at Ghost bringing you this show, getting you fired up. Had to use one yesterday morning just to get going on the show. Ghost Energy Drinks. Wherever you buy your energy drinks, look for the label on the can. It's Ghost with a variety of flavors. I'm a huge fan of the citrus flavor. That one right in the middle. You get red berry, blue raspberry, tropical mango, Warheads. They got Sour Patch Kids and so much more. It's our friends at Ghost Energy. Fuhrman from the desert next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000. That's right, Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games, featuring exciting bonuses and huge jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Fantastic. Just got a text from a friend of mine who I would just call Michael. Make sure you ask Fuhrman his favorite play today because I am in a hole.
Fuhrman's best bet of the day. I mean, no pressure. We got a guy in the hole, Fuhrman. He's got to get out of. Okay.
We'll just call him Michael.
Michael.
Michael is in a hole.
Okay.
He wants to get out of it.
That is Michael's fault, but we'll see if Fuhrman can dig him out.
It is not. It's not me though, Fuhrman. So try to win.
2023 could start right by safely securing your valuables and firearms with a safe from Nichols Outfitters. 25% off right now. In stock Browning and Champion safes. That's a savings of hundreds of dollars potentially. You could see more at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. They're always online, nicholsoutfitters.com. Start that 2023 right by securing your guns or valuables with Nichols Outfitters. Fuhrman is with us now, bettheboardpodcast.com. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. No pressure, Fuhrman. We need a big winner.
Michael literally is dying to know a big winner today.
Yeah, the bottom line is that if Michael's got himself in that kind of hole, then he probably shouldn't be betting to get himself out of it. That's your responsible gaming notion for the day. But in terms of looking at some of the bowl games and the matchups that are out there, the biggest position I have on the games today is Kansas. Grab 3 with the Jayhawks. Arkansas goes into this game. Yes, their starters are largely intact except for along the offensive line and some defections in the secondary. But you look at their scholarship allotment, and under COVID circumstances, Arkansas probably would have to forfeit this game as they're going in with about 53 to 54 scholarship players. I think depth can ultimately be a problem, and we know Kansas is going to treat this like it's Super Bowl.
Boy, this has not been a good bowl season for the SEC. Florida was undermanned. Missouri was without some players and some of their receivers, and now Arkansas goes in undermanned. It's a bad look for the SEC, Fuhrman.
It's typically been the trend, though, over the last couple of years. So this isn't new. When you're looking at unranked SEC teams playing in bowl games, they're not exactly as entrenched. And I know people out there go, well, the SEC uses this as an excuse. Well, look at how they perform in non-conference games in the month of September versus what they do in bowl season. So unless an SEC team is playing in a high-profile bowl game or they're playing in the college football playoff, these games don't always feel like they're an indicator of the overall conference supremacy. It's why they don't win the bowl championship cup, and it's why you can probably look to go against them based on perception as much as anything else. We'll see how that actually plays out from here through the end of the postseason.
Do you like the over tonight in Oregon and North Carolina? If so, I was curious how high it would have to go for you to bet the under.
I mean, if it leaked up a little bit higher, I would be inclined to go under. I think one of the things that people aren't factoring in here is this is going to be a relatively slow track at Petco Park. You get that marine layer setting in. We saw how slow the conditions were last night in the Guaranteed Rate Mortgage Bowl when they played in a baseball stadium where they laid down sod. And if you don't have that fast turf that Oregon has grown accustomed to, and even North Carolina when they play some of their true ACC road games, it's a little bit more problematic if there's chunks of sods and speed can be neutralized. So we haven't exactly seen a rash of overs this bowl season like we've grown accustomed to in the past. The Coastal Carolina, East Carolina game, a little bit of an outlier, knowing that Coastal was pretty much playing UPS drivers in their secondary. So a total this high is a little bit problematic, knowing UNC is also down Josh Downs. So if Oregon got an early lead, I'm not sure if they're going to keep their foot on the accelerator and really try and blow them out.
Todd Fuhrman's the only guy that lives in the desert that I trust when he talks about marine layer rolling in, but I trust him that he knows what he's talking about in that big game tonight. Gus Malzahn and UCF and Duke gets us going today in an interesting matchup. Duke has exceeded expectations this year. UCF, I guess, a little underachieved at 4 losses at this point. Who do you like in this game?
Full credit to Coach Elko and what he was able to do, getting this Duke Blue Devils team not just to the bowls, but going 8-4. Obviously, you dig into Duke's schedule; it's not a murderer's row. But this was a team whose win total was set in that 4 range. So when you're doubling up what odds makers believe should be your ceiling, that deserves my utmost respect. And there is no doubt Duke wants to be in this bowl game. They didn't have a lot of opt-outs. They didn't lose key contributors to the transfer portal. But if this was a regular season game and UCF had its full complement of players, you'd be looking at the Knights as a short favorite in this spot. The big question, and part of the reason that you've really seen a battle on this game, is about the status of John Reese Plumlee, who's dealing with a shoulder injury, a hamstring. He's talked about making sure that he's 100% for UCF's baseball season that's right around the horizon. So you had professional money, lay 3 on Duke, bet him early on. Number got to 3.5, and there's been a little bit of a battle since then. So I'm very curious to see this game play out. At 3, you're not really stealing anything. I do think Duke ultimately wins the football game, but it's all going to hinge on John Reese Plumlee and how healthy he truly is for this one.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, former odds maker at Caesars Palace. You can see more at bettheboardpodcast.com. We always encourage you to go listen to those, bettheboardpodcast.com, and follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. It seems like, when you look at numbers, Ohio State's offense pretty good, 14th nationally passing, 28th nationally on the ground. But that Georgia rush defense, number 1 in the country, and it gets tested. It seems like they will have an easier path making Ohio State one-dimensional than Ohio State doing that to Georgia. Do I read that wrong?
This is a game, honestly, where the number is large, and it shouldn't be Georgia a 6.5-point favorite based on pure power numbers. I mean, we actually had a pretty healthy debate about this on the Bet the Board podcast. I think dropped about a half hour ago. We recorded earlier this morning. Brad Powers, who lives and dies by his numbers, basically said he made the game, even factoring in home field for Georgia, in that 4.5-5 range. Payne and myself have a similar mindset that at 7, the only way to look would be Ohio State. The problem is when you look at the Buckeyes and the way they've matched up against teams that can run the ball physically against them, it hasn't exactly been a recipe for success. Now, what is interesting about this, Ohio State's vulnerability outside of against the run has been against opposing wide receivers, and Georgia doesn't really throw to their wide receivers a ton. So much of the damage they'll do through the air is through the tight ends and running back room, where Ohio State has the athletes. They have guys in the linebacking core and the secondary capable of matching up there. On the other side, if Georgia can generate pressure with Jalen Carter, I don't love C.J. Stroud's ability to improvise from a muddy pocket. It's part of the reason why I'm not as bullish on him at the next level as a lot of people are right now. And granted, I've been wrong before and I'll be wrong again. But from a number standpoint, Ohio State would be the play from what I've actually seen and the way I break this game down. I'm not sure the number even comes into play. Either Ohio State wins this thing outright or Georgia remains a freight train running downhill in their home away from home. The other thing, guys, to keep in mind, and it's not exactly a historically significant sample size, we've seen 2 college football playoff semifinals in this Peach Bowl. The SEC has beaten their opponents by a combined score of 87-35, Alabama back in 2016 and LSU in 2019.
Yeah, so a nice friendly confine there in Atlanta. In that game, Stetson Bennett is the other quarterback again, and he's familiar with that role. Do you guys ever look at trends like Stetson in big games as opposed to, games where, maybe he's not called on to do a lot? Like he was really good against Tennessee, really good against Oregon to open up the season, really good in the SEC championship game. Do you break it down game by game when you look at players like Stetson Bennett in a game like this?
I think you have to do it for the Georgia team and its full body of work, because we've seen Georgia, when they step up in class and take on AP top 5, top 10 teams, how they have another gear that they get to compared to when they're playing some of the also-rans in the SEC or some of their non-conference foes. And Stetson Bennett, the last 3 big games he's played in the college football semifinal matchup against Michigan, the national title, and, of course, the SEC title, he's arguably been the MVP in all 3 of those contests because they take the kid gloves off. They realize that he can be trusted throwing the football a little bit more, and it's obviously paid dividends. So I think you do want to try and look at Bennett's upside in this particular spot. Knowing that Ohio State should have some success moving the football, I don't think Georgia can just look to be 3 yards in a cloud of dust type offense. Need to come out, be aggressive, force Ohio State maybe to abandon their own ground game, and known passing situations. That's where Georgia can really benefit. So this game is going to be fascinating from a variety of fronts. And on paper, I will say, if you go all the way back to maybe 2014 when the college football playoff started, this is arguably one of the best semifinal games that we've had from where these teams were power rated before the year started versus where they sit right now, because coming into the season, I would have made Ohio State a short favorite over Georgia.
You know, I'm really interested about the other game, if TCU was the one team that was a thorn in your side all season long or not, because it seemed like every week on this show, I thought this is the week that TCU loses. This is the week that TCU gets exposed. And here they are in the semifinals, and I feel the same way, that I don't think they can match up with Michigan. How do you feel about that game?
It's interesting when you look at TCU, because you're exactly right. I mean, I thought they were overvalued for extended stretches, and it's rare when I look at, the betting resume. I keep records, obviously, of every bet I make, that I felt I had a side pretty much against TCU almost every single week, going all the way back to their date against Kansas, where I ended up betting TCU for the last time before fading them with somewhat reckless abandon down the stretch. Obviously able to get there with Baylor plus 2.5 in that 29-28 decision. But I think the betting market has caught up, and this is a pretty true reflection of where these two teams are. When you look at Michigan, a little bit unusual for them to go up against a 3-3-5 defense that they don't encounter a ton in the Big Ten. So much of what TCU does from a defensive principle standpoint is designed to slow down the air raid. So we'll see if they can match the physicality in the trenches, what Matt Weiss and Sharon Moore are able to draw up behind that very talented offensive line for Michigan. But will Donovan Edwards be capable of carrying, the lion's share of the carries? It's nice to have that thunder and lightning tandem with him and Blake Corum. I don't think Michigan scares you with what they really do in the vertical passing game, either with Ronnie Bell or Cornelius Johnson, and that's been the strength of TCU. You have two players in that secondary that were named all Big 12 first team. You have a linebacker that's very capable of wreaking a little bit of havoc. And when I look at this number here, if TCU is able to weather the storm early and match Michigan in the trenches, we saw TCU at its absolute best defensively really confuse Texas and a young quarterback in hostile territory. I actually lean towards TCU in this spot plus 7.5, but the fact that I'm not able to grab 10 probably keeps me off the game entirely.
One more college game. Brown's got a couple of NFL questions for you, but I did want to ask you about the Bama game with Kansas State. The players that are playing in this one makes it a lot more entertaining game, but the number hasn't moved a ton. It's moved some, but not a ton. Where are you at the last moment here on Alabama-Kansas State?
Number's a little bit short for Alabama if we assume that Bryce Young and Will Anderson are going to be out there in 100% capacity. And the reason I say that, would it shock anybody if Bryce Young went out there for a couple series and they went out on top? I'm led to believe that they're going to be out there. They're treating this, as a big-time football game. And the other thing about it, while people talk about Alabama and the potential lack of focus, we have a data point from a couple of years ago where Alabama played Michigan. They were a 7.5-point favorite and went out there and absolutely boat raced the Wolverines. Kansas State, when you look at this team, they deserve a ton of credit for what they were able to accomplish. But athlete to athlete, they don't match Alabama at any position. Deuce Vaughn is electric. Will Howard is a nice story. But hard for me to see Kansas State holding up physically in the trenches, in the home away from home for an Alabama team that's very familiar with their surroundings at the Caesars Superdome down there in New Orleans. You mentioned the number did get as low as 3 when Will Anderson and Bryce Young were widely speculated to be missing this game. I'm not going to be surprised when this thing inches closer to 7 before kickoff on New Year's Eve.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Fuhrman said one just dropped. Go to BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. I just wanted to ask you about the Titans and the Jags. These games do not matter at all. The number for Titans and Cowboys tomorrow night is reflective of the fact that the Vegas boys don't think any of the good Tennessee players are playing. How do you gauge these two games when these games don't matter for Jacksonville or Tennessee?
That if you have Derrick Henry and you're relying on him to help you win a fantasy football championship, you better start looking for alternative options in your backfield. I think when you go through the Titans approach, they obviously want Malik Willis to get reps, and they need them given what we saw last week against the Houston Texans. But this game really doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of it. They have to put all their eggs in the basket next weekend, hoping that they can exact a measure of revenge against the upstart Jacksonville Jaguars. And that's part of the reason on the look-ahead number here, guys. We were with the Cowboys, a 3.5-point favorite, total of 44.5. And we're now out to Dallas minus 11.
Oh, wow.
And this total leaking down to 40. You've seen professional bettors betting the Tennessee Titans team totals under both first half and full game. Dallas, of course, with a win here and a little bit of help, maybe an outside shot to end up winning the NFC East. So you have a confluence of factors. As far as the Jags and Texans game, this one's been interesting to watch because you did see this price open at 5. 4.5, 5 kind of still the prevailing number. And while Jacksonville doesn't need the game, it's a young football team that I'm sure doesn't want to take their foot off the accelerator in this spot. They do have revenge for arguably their worst performance of the year against the Houston Texans earlier this year. And the other storyline worth considering, Houston Texans with a win here would pull themselves out of that number 1 draft spot if the Bears were to lose the next 2 games. The silver lining there is I don't see a scenario where the Bears are drafting a quarterback. So even if Houston ended up falling to number 2, it might give the Bears an inside track to get Will Anderson with a first overall pick and Houston to take a quarterback of their choice hitting from the 2-hole.
All right, interesting stuff from Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Thank you, Fuhrman. Enjoy the games.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Have a great, happy, and healthy New Year. Enjoy the college football playoff, and look forward to catching up next year. Next week and next year.
That's true.
When we know the title combatants, and hopefully our friend that's dug himself a little bit of hole, Rock Chalk Jayhawk, gets him out just a little bit.
Yeah, Michael did text back. He said thank you.
Yes, good job.
You got it, guys.
See you, buddy. Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A reminder, it's the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Do it with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule an elective orthopedic procedure you have been putting off. Do it now. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers. precisionsportsortho.com/providers. Andy Kennedy talks to us next.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
SEC conference play starts tonight. That includes Auburn hosting Florida in that 25-game home win streak, 6 o'clock. And then Alabama on the road at sold out Mississippi State, the Hump, 8 o'clock. Both of those games on TV tonight. You can hear them on their radio network. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Remember, you can get those gutters capped right now from our buddy C. Stu as we change the conversation to Andy Kennedy.
Yeah, that's right. C. Stu will come out and he'll clean out that gutter one last time, put those caps on there, and you never have to worry about it again. Don't get up on that ladder. Let C. Stu's team do it. 823-2212. 823-2212 for Gutter Cap. Speaking of conference basketball play, UAB is in it tonight against UTEP, their coach, or tomorrow night, I should say, against UTEP. Don't stroke out, Andy. We're not on the wrong day. Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Coach? How are you?
What's up, guys? I thought you were saying, speaking of gutters, let's get Andy Kennedy on.
Let's get in the gutter.
I thought that was going to be the segue.
That would have been Dunaway's segue. I'm not as good as him, though.
No. Your offense is not clogged up right now, man. You got a free-flowing team going.
Right about that. I'd like to put a cap on a little dribble penetration, though. I mean, we're off to a good start. 10-2, 1-0 in the league. Learned a lot about ourselves. Excited to get going again.
Now we had Jelly Walker on last week with us, and Jelly was he says he likes playing from a guy who used to shoot the ball freely like that. Just share with us your philosophy on letting your guys shoot a little bit, and because you were a free shooter back in the day with Coach Bartow.
You know what? We've said this before, but my game and Jelly's game are a lot different, obviously. But we both have a propensity to want to get the ball in the basket frequently. For me, and it's been something that it's just been a natural trait of survival, quite frankly. I can't stand turnovers. I don't care what sport you're in. I think turnovers are the ultimate deciding factor in winning and losing. If you turn the ball over in football, regardless of how you play, otherwise you're typically going to come out on the bad side. And for us, I believe many times a bad shot is much better than a turnover. So we try to get the ball on the rim. We teach pursuing the ball off our offensive glass. We're sitting here currently at 10th in the country as we get 38% of our own misses. That's not by accident. That's something that we've done. We have a philosophy in that regard, and we know where our shots are coming from. Again, Jelly's really the only guy on our team, this group, that'll take some that'll make you say, wow, is that really what you want to take? But our guys are used to it because he does it every day. He's going to do it here in the next 30 minutes. He's going to take one. So our guys have come to anticipate that, and it's really kind of part of what we do. Dribble penetration with Eric Gaines has been tremendous for us. And some of the shots at the end, you may say, maybe we shouldn't have done that, but it gets the ball in play, and that's where our bigs have done a tremendous job of cleaning it up off the offensive glass.
UTEP UAB tomorrow night at Bartow Arena, 6:30 tip for that game in conference. Coach Kennedy presented each week by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Practically, how do you work on limiting turnovers? I mean, that's easy to say, okay, we want to limit turnovers. How do you do that practically, though?
Well, it's going to be a huge key in Thursday night's game. UTEP comes in here as a gritty, tough, athletic, physical team, and they really turn you over. As a matter of fact, they're top 10 in the country in turning over their opponents. So it's going to be a huge key in Thursday night's battle. But for us, it's just about ball discipline. Schematically, we try to do some things that, based on scouting, that doesn't put our guys in positions where they're constantly in double teams or constantly playing out of traffic. And then ultimately, we just don't tolerate it. If you turn it over and you're loose with the ball, then you have to sit. And I have come to find that bench is a pretty good indication of me not being happy with you.
Yeah, and speaking of that bench, I mean, there's you got 5 guys that get introduced with all the lights and bells and whistles in pre-games as a starter. You got some options down that bench that you call into the game that are not starters, that gives you the depth that people are counting on to carry you into the big dance. Give me 1 or 2 guys that you really love coming off that bench role when you start making substitutions.
Well, before we get there, I'm glad you brought that up because it's a pet peeve of mine. I don't like the starting lineups. I think, there's many things that we do. We just came out of the Christmas break, and I'm sure there's traditions at the Dunaway house that you do that you don't really understand why you do them.
Right.
I don't know why we do the starting lineup. I've said this before. In basketball, you got to play offense, defense, and special teams all within about a 7-second realm, and it's in a continuous loop. You have to be the most unselfish because everybody on my team was the leading scorer from wherever they came from at one phase or another. I've never heard a third baseman in baseball, for instance, say, why don't I ever get to bat? Or why don't they hit me the ball? I've never heard an offensive lineman in football says, man, I was open. I don't know why that quarterback won't throw me the ball. Because there's role definition. Everybody understands. But everybody in basketball wants the ball and they want to shoot it, and that's how they're identified. I say all that to say it needs to be the most selfless sport, and yet here we are honoring or celebrating 5 guys who may be out of the game in 2 minutes. They may not close the game, but we're doing this celebratory thing. I think it's nonsense. I think we should do away with it. Okay.
Let's do it. Do away with it. Let's start a trend at UAB not introducing the starting 5.
Or what if you introduced your 5 highest?
Hey, listen. We did it at Ole Miss one year. It didn't work out great for me because my guys pouted a little bit.
Yeah.
But we did it. You can control it as the home venue. You don't have to do it, and it really messed up the other team. They were like, "What's going on?"
Hey, do you want to do something that will make national headlines? One game. This is no joke. One game through the 5 highest GPAs. I mean, could you imagine like a GPA of 3.84 and
that would be awesome.
Microbiology?
Yeah.
Probably get sued giving out their information.
That's true. That's a good point.
Or do this. 5 guys who didn't piss me off at practice yesterday. Here are the 5 guys that didn't piss me off at practice.
Can't find 5 guys that didn't piss him off.
Yeah, that's right. You're shooting way too high. I just think it's ridiculous. I think there's other ways that we could start the game. I may put some thought into that now that we've sat here and talked about it. But bench play for us is going to be huge. As we get into league play, your rotation tightens somewhat. But I think the biggest strength of our team has been our front court depth. A lot is made of Jelly, obviously, leading the nation in scoring. Eric Gaines comes in here with much ado. But our front court, the addition of the Brewer boys, Ty and L.A. Brewer, the addition of Javion Davis, I think it's really fortified us up front. As you've noticed, as we've gotten a little deeper into the schedule, I'm starting to play my lone freshman, Efren Butta Johnson, out of Grissom High School in Huntsville a lot more because he gives us some size in our backcourt, and he also gives us another primary ball handler. So we're going to need all our guys, man. Ultimately, we play 8, 9, 10 dudes, and we need them all hitting on all cylinders in order for this team to reach its potential.
Andy Kennedy on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by Legacy Credit Union. I don't know how well you know Joe Golding, the UTEP coach, but
know him, yes.
Yeah, are you familiar with the story of him taking the Pittsburgh kids from Dallas to El Paso so they could play in their bowl game? It's a really cool story.
It's a great story. I did. I read it online, and I've known Joe for a long time, man. You're talking about a guy that's paid his dues. He's a good old ball coach, good dude. It didn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. Legacy Credit Union bringing this, no matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Bartow Arena tomorrow night as the Blazers play their second conference game. SEC play is starting tonight. You were one of the great analysts in basketball when you were out of coaching briefly. Loved watching you do a game. Alabama's playing in a sold-out Hump in Starkville. You're familiar with that building. What's Alabama walking into tonight in that atmosphere?
Well, it'll be electric, but Alabama, Nate Oates, he certainly challenged himself in the non-league. They'll be ready for the moment. Two totally different styles, much like we'll be in Bartow Arena on Thursday between us and UTEP. Alabama wants to play one way. Mississippi State wants to be a little more controlled, turn it into more of a rock fight. It'll be an interesting contrast in styles. And, the way Alabama plays, it's going to come down to shot making. Defensively, I know Nate hadn't been real happy. I watched a little bit of their Alabama-Gonzaga game, and against Gonzaga they couldn't get stops. Mississippi State obviously doesn't have Drew Timme and not as potent as Gonzaga was. But for Alabama, for them to have success on the road, they're going to have to put the ball in the basket.
Do you ever miss Tom Hart?
I do miss Tom Hart. Not typically working with him. I miss after the game though. We had quite some time.
All right, UAB 42 in the latest KenPom. So UAB good spot there. They take on UTEP. You can go see the game at Bartow Arena, 6:30 start time tomorrow night. Bartow Arena. The Miners of UTEP coming to play the UAB Blazers in conference action there in Conference USA.
And those boys at the Field of 68 podcast, they keep calling you the best mid-major in the country. So that's a great pub for you guys.
Well, we've got to live up to it. I've said from day one, expectations are welcome. I like our team. We just got to keep getting better.
Yep. All right, Coach, good luck. We always appreciate the time. We'll see you next week.
Hey, thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union.
How could you ever not want that guy to be your coach?
I know.
I love me some Andy Kennedy. That interview brought to you by Legacy Credit Union. Legacy is who you depend on, and they've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. Not only do I think he's a great basketball coach, I think he would be a great athletic director if that's what he wanted to do, and he was so good in the studio, but on a game call as well.
He and Tom were a good team.
Oh, but if they, with all due respect to Billis or Rafferty or anybody else who's in the broadcast beside Nance for the Final Four, nobody does a game better than Andy Kennedy. He breaks it down really, really good for you.
He's really good. You get Raftery tonight on that UConn game, by the way.
That's right. He does a lot of Fox before he takes over the CBS for the tournament, does a little FS1 tonight.
So you'll see him tonight on that UConn game.
In Storrs, Connecticut. That UConn team is really, really good, still unbeaten. But they do. I listen to and get a newsletter from the Field of 68 podcast all the time.
Yeah, it's Jeff Goodman's outfit.
Jeff Goodman. But there's a rotating cast of about 6 or 7 basketball writers and voices. And they always go back to UAB being, when it's all said and done, will be the best mid-major in the country.
Well, it depends on how you define mid-major.
Now, that is a tough cutoff line now, right?
It is, because
I think you count Big East as
I would call them a major.
Yeah, mid-majors are not the same in basketball as as it is in football.
Yeah, like St. Mary's West Coast Conference, you'd call that a mid-major.
I would call that mid-major.
You would not call Gonzaga one in that same conference, but I would call St. Mary's one. I know that's weird.
Yes.
St. Mary's is 18 in the KenPom.
Very good basketball team.
San Diego State in the Mountain West is 26. Do you call Memphis one? They're in the American.
I don't think you call the American a mid-major.
Okay.
Because they got Houston in that as well.
They do. Who's number 1 in the KenPom, by the way.
Houston will, and UAB will be in the American next year. Houston will not. They will go to the Big 12. Now imagine that Houston program going to the Big 12 with Kansas. Like, you think Kansas is looking forward to having Houston in the league?
Houston's number 1 again in the KenPom, and Kansas is number 5. So they would, in theory, be playing for that conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt that's going to make that conference even better.
Yeah, and that Texas team is a good team, man, if they can overcome this Chris Beard problem.
It's a little bit of an issue they've got there. They don't have a head coach right now.
They do. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. We'll do our sneaky good game when we come back. Greystone, they have a variety of things that you could give your soulmate something for Christmas.
That's right.
That works into 2023 as well.
No doubt. ElementWellness.me. Why don't you start the new year by looking the best you can, healing the best you can, and feeling the best you can? You can see all of that at Element Wellness. Things like cryotherapy, red light sauna, the wellness infusions. You can see it all at elementwellness.me. If you're still looking for a gift, great gift card idea, and say, hey, just start your new year right. Heal the best way you can. Feel the best you can. Look the best you can with Element Wellness right there in Tattersall Park off 119 and 280, elementwellness.me.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
One coaching contract, talking about working while you're on the road. Texas Tech has given Joey McGuire a 6-year, $26.6 million contract through 2028. And that's always a lot of money when it's broken down like that. But it's a little over $4 million a year. It's about $1 million a year raise for Joey McGuire, who has Texas Tech playing Ole Miss tonight in a bowl game, 7-5 during the season for Texas Tech. Some big wins, some disappointing losses. But you made a great point about, he's relatively speaking, just over $4 million to be a Big 12 coach. That's not a ton of money, but
he was a high school coach as recently as 2016.
That's
so
right.
When I was coaching high school 5-6 years ago, I'm making $4.5 million now. I feel like I've hit the lottery.
Yeah, and I'm not lining off fields or anything.
That's right.
Yeah.
So for those who don't remember, he was a Baylor assistant and worked his way up there and got the Texas Tech job. He's pretty well respected.
Yeah, and I think he does a good job. They got a chance to beat Ole Miss tonight, so we will keep an eye on Joey McGuire as his. And most people think he'll be a lifer at Texas Tech, that he does not want to bounce around jobs, that he'll stay in the state of Texas. I'll tell you something that did not dawn on me, and Sonny Dykes actually made that statement yesterday at a news conference. And this is one of those states where it means something, bragging rights wise. TCU's the first Texas program to be in the college football playoffs.
It's impossible to believe that.
Yeah.
And really, them and Baylor are the two that have been the closest and didn't make it.
Yeah. But when he said that yesterday, and I saw that clip come across my feed, I was like, damn, he's right.
Yeah,
TCU's the first team from Texas to be in the college football playoffs.
And you never would have guessed TCU. Though, again, them and Baylor in the very first one were, if the Big 12 had named one of them champion and didn't try the co-champion trick, one of those two would have gone. And wasn't it Baylor that they had won the outright, didn't they? They held the tie break.
I think Baylor beat them straight up.
Yeah, I think Baylor beat them straight up, and that was their argument, is we should be because we went straight up. And if Baylor had been named, they would have gone that year. But no, it's crazy to think that in the history of the playoffs, all these mighty Texas teams, and none of them have gone except for Texas Christian.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting statement. A little bit more on what's going on in football, specifically a conversation around former Alabama quarterback Tua Tagovailoa after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Baumhauer's.
A former Dolphin himself, Bob Baumhauer, delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings. 1981 was the year. Wings and things there in Tuscaloosa. You know what? Nobody knew about these, so he had to give them away for the first few years. And what people realized, this stuff's good, man. That's how 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, Bob Baumhauer still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Go see for yourself. Find a Baumhauer's nearest you at baumhauers.com.
The report, of course, is that Tua Tagovailoa is officially into concussion protocol for the second time this year. The NFLPA today officially initiating an investigation into the Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa's second stint into the concussion protocol and the handling of that by your franchise, your team doctors. Last time he was in, and the last time the NFLPA brought it up, there were doctors that were fired, dismissed from NFL protocols.
Yeah, not Dolphins doctors, but NFL doctors that missed it on the sidelines. In this situation, Mike McDaniel said in today's news conference that watching game film of the second half, he noticed some inconsistencies in Tua that he had not seen before. And he noticed Tua doing things that were very uncharacteristic of him. And he noticed it several times, and it started to bother him and puzzle him. So they called Tua in, talked to him, and realized something wasn't right there, and they forced him to go see the team doctors. The team doctors, or the NFL doctors, ran the tests and realized that he had suffered a concussion. Tua had not realized it. Nobody realized it in real time. It was only in watching game film of the second half where Mike McDaniel was like, he said today, it had bothered me all weekend before I even watched the film that he wasn't himself in the second half. And watching the film got me really, really concerned, and that's why they approached Tua.
Jeff Pearlman, who just wrote the book about Bo Jackson, just really an interesting book. I got it on my desk here in the office. Just tweets this out. I know the money is amazing, and I know the fruition of a dream, but life goes on beyond the age of 32 and 33. If I'm Tua Tagovailoa and his family, I think a lot about whether playing football is worth all of this. Watch some former players with CTE and ask whether it's a future.
It's a question he's got to answer, and those around him have to answer. There are a lot of people that are trying to answer that question for Tua right now, and I know people get paid to give their opinion, but I find it irresponsible. Tua's got to make these decisions. And I don't think anyone would blame him for shutting it down if that's what he chooses to do. And I do think that's a distinct possibility that he looks at this and he's like, I've had 2 that I know of this year. One of them, maybe an additional one to make it 3. And then one of them I didn't even realize I had. I mean, that's what it's gotten to, is that I was walking around concussed and didn't even realize it. And, I mean, you got to ask yourself that question. There's no doubt. Tua's made a lot of money. He'll be fine. But to Jeff Pearlman's point, there's a quality of life you got to worry about moving forward. And I don't think anybody in this world would blame Tua for saying, I got to worry about that first.
Bob says you just look at the stat sheet. Tua's stats before and after the concussion were extremely different.
I mean, I watched obviously every play of the game. He was not the same guy in the second half. There's no doubt. He was spot on in the first half. I mean, Miami played really, really well offensively. The only reason that game wasn't 27-10 at the half is Raheem Mostert fumbled one near midfield at the end of the half. Tua was red hot at that time. And I think Miami was going to go in and score there and make it 27-10 at the half, and that game's probably over. We may not even have this discussion, but he was a different player in the second half. There's no doubt.
February stars, I saw it happen when he hit the turf.
I did too.
You said when it happened. Is it on a little shovel pass or something where the guy has him at the feet?
Yeah, it was a play where he's rolling to his right, Tua's extending the play, which is where he gets in trouble. And he throws as he's going down, and you see right before the camera switches to the receiver, his head hits the turf. And I was watching the game by myself, so I didn't say it out loud. Instantly, I thought, oh, God, that looks bad. So the play ends. They show a replay, not of that, of the route. And the announcers aren't saying anything. So I'm like, okay, I guess he's all right. And then they cut to the huddle, and Tua's going in the huddle. So I guess I saw that wrong. But in real time, honest to goodness, I thought that looked really bad. It looked like his head hit the turf. And with Tua, because of his history, you're immediately alarmed by things like that.
Yeah, I mean, one concussion makes it easier to get a second and a third and a fourth. El Tigre brings that up. At what point does the NFL begin to start black flagging, that's a racing term of pulling cars off the track, a player for their own health? The boxing commissions won't allow certain fighters in the ring in some cases.
Yep. I don't know. I mean, that seems to be a slippery slope you're on there if you start doing that. But he's right. I mean, it happens in boxing. If they think a guy is in danger, if he has this fight, they won't let him do it.
Kevin in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I think we live in a world now where we don't blame these guys for walking away. I mean, do we kill Andrew Luck?
No.
I mean, there was a story. I forget where I saw it on Andrew Luck this year.
It was a recent story about why he actually walked away. Yeah. It was done just about a month ago, I think.
Yeah, I probably missed the beginning of it on walking away and why he chose to walk away, but I caught it when he was spending time with his family and his kids and how happy he looked and like he didn't miss it that much.
Yeah.
Why did he say he walked away?
Well, I mean, I think these concerns.
Right.
Yeah, and Luke Kuechly is the most obvious example. Luke Kuechly was the top of the game. He's one of the best linebackers in the NFL, but he had concussion after concussion after concussion, and there's that heartbreaking video of him being carted off, and he breaks down involuntarily. It's not that he's just sad. He's concussed, and he starts crying in the cart being carted off the field. And I think that was the lasting image of people, and Luke Kuechly finally said, I can't do this anymore. And he left at the top of his game. So it's not unprecedented. And I'm with him. I don't think, knowing what we now know, I don't think anybody will ever blame a player for walking away for that situation.
He said what? Quarterbacks suffering from so many concussions. Just look at Jim McMahon.
Yeah.
And we've got friends who spend time with Jim McMahon. He deals with pain on the regular, every day, of some kind of pain. Migraines.
Yep, everything. I mean, it's just
neck pains, back pains, knee pains.
It's no way to live. And there's not enough amount of money that can make you want to live that way.
Problem is that when you're making that money, you don't have the impact on your body when you're 50 because you're still bulletproof and you're in your 20s, right?
Yeah, and it's not just money too. We like to talk about money, but Tua's a competitor. I mean, anybody that's in the NFL is a competitor. They want to compete, and they know,
and they enjoy what they're doing.
That's right.
They enjoy the game.
Yeah, and they enjoy the game and the camaraderie in the locker room, and they know, Dunaway, I've got a small window in my life to compete. It's not like Tua can say, hey, I'm going to take 3 or 4 years away from the game and see if this gets better, and then come back. You don't get to do that. This is the only time in his life he'll ever be able to be an NFL player.
Yeah, but see, there is something about how you play the game, right? Like Tom Brady, I watch every Buccaneer game with Brady in there. He doesn't he doesn't get hit like
he doesn't
Tua gets
extend
hit.
plays the way Tua does.
Yeah.
He knows to throw it away.
And he throws it into the ground sometimes.
100% of Tua's issues come from him trying to extend plays. And you applaud that because he doesn't just give up on a play, but it has been detrimental to his health.
Yeah.
There's zero doubt it has been.
And I'll say this, and Brady will get his knee blown out this weekend, but he takes a snap and he'll look maybe to one progression or two, and then he's throwing it into the ground or throwing it over somebody's head, or dumping it down to a running back. He doesn't sit back in the pocket long. He gets rid of it so quick.
If you stay in the pocket, it's never been safer to play quarterback in football history. They protect the guys so well in the pocket. It's when you extend plays and leave pockets when you get in trouble.
Yeah, it's interesting, the different styles of play. All right, so Teddy Bridgewater will likely start this week in that big game for the Dolphins and the Patriots with playoff implications. That's not official yet. Tua's not ruled out, but it is trending in that direction. Some final thoughts as we continue on the show today. When we come back, we appreciate everyone who has set a record today in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Don't forget our friends at Vulcan Tire, 5 great locations there. One more segment to go, a little more football for you up next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
LT will send out a lock later on at the Lance Taylor. I think one of his plays is Alabama, Mississippi State, but I don't know which way he's going on that one. You can always get his plays at the Lance Taylor. And that's the lock every day, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, Adam, Chad, and the team's built the perfect team at Hemp Hill Services. They fix it right, they fix it the first time at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Just remember the name Hemp Hill. J.C. Latham down at the Superdome yesterday talking to our friends from ABC 3340, Chris McCulley and Johnny are down there. Johnny's last name.
Johnny Cogden.
Johnny Cogden. I slipped my mind for a second. They're down there talking to the Alabama players. J.C. Telling Alabama fans all you need to know about the people that'll wear the crimson jersey on Saturday.
How are you guys handling, you lost a lot of guys, from the transfer portal. How are you handling just depth-wise for this game?
Anybody who wants to be here is going to be here, and everybody who's going to play is going to play, so that's how we handle that. The guys who are invested into the team, the guys who are committed to the team, they're guys who I know are going to give their best effort, and that's really all you can ask for in any sports organization that you have. You want guys who's going to compete, who's going to go all out, and things of that nature.
Dallas Turner as well, Cup 4 Rockstar. Dallas Turner, a guy we don't hear from a lot, was asked about Will Anderson playing. Dallas is, if he, hangs around, and you always have to say that nowadays, but there had been talk maybe he was a portal guy, but he's playing in this game. Nothing about the portal. Looks like he'll be back next year with Alabama. He's supposed to be next year's Will Anderson.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So Dallas Turner was asked, what did he think when he heard Will Anderson was going to play in this game? Here's Dallas.
Did it surprise you at all that Will Anderson chose to come and play in this game?
Oh, no, Will has a big heart, That's one of our main leaders on the team, and I kind of expected him to come back, lead us throughout the whole season, every game. Oh, Will, that's like my big brother, so he taught me a lot. I look up to him, he inspires me every day, and so, yeah, it's helpful every day just to be around him in general, so.
Yeah, one more practice. They're just wrapping up down at the Superdome today. Yesterday they went to Children's Hospital. We showed you Nick Saban doing stretches earlier and everything, just almost that time to play a little bit more football. I guess it's Wednesday. They'll practice one more time tomorrow and then do sort of a walkthrough on Friday and then kick that thing off very early on Saturday.
Are you excited about this game?
More now that Bryce and Will are playing.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Yeah. And I like it that it's sort of the appetizer to the playoff games. Like I get to watch an Alabama game, then I get to watch the two games that matter, the playoffs.
And it's a matchup we haven't gotten a lot of, Alabama and Kansas State. You don't see them play often. It's not like, the Alabama-Michigan, which are Alabama-Ohio State we've seen a lot of. We don't see a lot of this one.
Yeah, I would have been excited for Alabama-Clemson, too.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
That's been done to death.
It would have been fun to see that matchup again, but Alabama-Kansas State will be fun. They're a stingy little team. It'll be interesting to see. Looking forward to basketball tonight as well. We'll recap basketball on our live show on Thursday when we're back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, do us a favor. Go tell somebody about the Next Round today. Go find us one or two new fans today. We'll say thank you with 20% off in our store if you go do that. NextRound.store. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.